Roll out.
And welcome back to another episode of Rime of the Frostmaiden, Icewindale. Last we left the party, they had departed from Bryn Shander in hopes to find a strange creature known as a Chewinga. And following the tracks previously from Ashanti's little trek, they uncovered a section of the forest that seemed to form into like an archway. And sure enough, the lantern began to light up, revealing that whatever you're tracking was nearby. And they seemed to play around with you guys for a little while. There were these strange scents in the air. There were these lights, flickering glitter, and then suddenly a plate came flying out like a frisbee, almost mimicking the game you were playing with with bits. So they finally led you through this little archway into what looked like almost like a makeshift home or shelter. And it's almost like they were playing house. You had little plates laid out for you. They even served up some fresh pine cone and snowballs with glitter on them. And they seemed to urge you to partake in this little meal. And as you ate into them, they were hard at first, but it seems as though when touched by the magic of these strange little humanoids with animal stylized masks, that the food began to actually change texture, change into your favorite flavors, and before long you felt your body's kind of rejuvenating. You found newfound knowledge. In fact, there was a a bread that was turned into that of like a book, and even 607 found knowledge beyond knowledge. And these creatures then were questioned by Hulla as to what was going on here. Do they know what's happening? And they produced a feather, and you recognize this as a rock feather, incredibly large, monstrous bird of prey. And it's almost on cue when they did this. Suddenly, swooping down from the sky above was this dark shadow that blotted out the dim light. The tail end of it seemed to be giving off this shimmering aurora, this beautiful light. It's both kind of awe-inspiring and also kind of ominous at the same time that this thing was just trailing this light. And as you called out to it with a little velociraptor head, you made the same kind of noise that it was making, this echoing, cawing sound. And it seemed to swoop in closer towards you guys. And you had the canopy of the forest you were able to hide in, but this thing definitely was on the lookout for you. And as it swooped in, you began to see the kind of the underside of it from this little framed canopy, and it was definitely hunting, or maybe just trying to find the sound. But after a few minutes, it did fly off more distant. You could just hear the echoing calls echoing off the mountains. After that, the Chewinga sort of came out of hiding as well to signal the coast was clear. And it's at this point you tried to convince one of them to follow you, perhaps going all the way back, but they didn't seem to understand any kind of language. But you were able to sort of, through images of a halo, like a protective halo, represent that you were looking to sort of protect and shield things. So hopefully that message kind of got across, and you could tell that they were actually gearing up one of the Chewinga with little makeshift backpacks and a little stave, and it began to follow you guys just out of the archway, and it's finally hopped up onto Hulla's shoulder. And when it did that, you managed to like touch its finger with yours, and you felt a connection to nature, felt a connection to the earth, the trees, every living thing here in the dale was suddenly like pictured in your mind's eye. And it's at that moment you gained a blessing, a little boon. It's a gift of the Chewinga, which allows you to use the charm of vitality. So if anyone is ever in a dire strait and exhausted, you can use this to get them right back to 100%. And that's, I think, everything we discovered. You did run into on the road. You ran into the caravan known as Torg's caravan, and they said they were heading towards East Haven, but you didn't stop them. They just continued on. They weren't going to set up shop right here in the middle of the freezing cold. Oh, yeah, now I remember. And then on your way back, you encountered some Goliaths, and they too were on the hunt, looking for a polar bear with a name that Ashanti later revealed they knew, but that you you managed to convince them that you weren't here to hurt them, and you meant them no harm or ill. And I think it was it was Barry who sort of spoke up and said, "No, we're the best hunters in Icewindale," and they saw that as a challenge, and they challenged you to a game of boulder roll, which involves as a team working together to move this entire boulder across the snow into the goal. And it turned out it was a draw right on the last thump as the boulder rolled into place. And instead of declaring one side the winner, decided to swap trophies and go on your own merry way. They said if you do ever find the polar bear, if you wanted to give word that you're to send word to Shelter, Sky Tower Shelter. It's all the way to the east, nestled in the spine of the world. And I think that's where we left off. So you guys made it back, had a long rest, and you've just woken up. Or was there anything else someone wanted to do during the long rest, or are you happy to continue from the morning? Take that as a note. All right, so we wake up. Everyone is getting food, and anything else people want to do in the morning instead?
While we're at
Discuss.
the table, um, Ashanti's gonna go ahead and reveal, uh, to the guys that, she may know of the polar bear and, tell them a little bit about her mother's story. So she's already told Hulla and 607. So, she might as well tell the guys. There's nothing salacious or evil or horrible about the story, so there's no reason to keep that secret, a dreadful secret.
Okay. So do you want me to paraphrase it for you, or are you going to go into detail
Oh no,
yourself?
I didn't. So,
Everyone's
you
gathered
know,
around, we'll say.
yeah, there. Everybody's at breakfast. So, you know how I said that my mom was from the north? Well, she was from this area, and when she was very 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 young, she went out to play, and she went playing on the ice and went through the ice, and she thought she was going to die because she was alone out on the ice, and suddenly a polar bear showed up and pulled her out of the ice. And that polar bear took her out, set her down, made sure she was safe, and it told her that its name was Oyamednartok, and I don't know if that is the same thing that the Goliaths were saying. I don't know if that's the same name or not, but it may be the polar bear that my mother that saved my mother so long ago.
Hmm. Okay.
Did Here's the thing. Okay, do polar bears usually
Oh.
introduce themselves with their names? Because I thought they were animals, not like
I was going to ask the same thing. Like,
sentient creatures.
did your mother speak bear?
Oh,
No,
good
she
question.
didn't.
She's
She
not
was
a
a she was a
druid.
child. No. My mom was a warrior like I am. And you know, she always wanted to travel back to find the polar bear and thank her for saving her. Um, but you know, of course, by then she had me and Ayala, and we were, you know, we were her priority at that moment. But if I hope that the Goliaths aren't hunting the polar bear that saved Mom's life.
No,
It's not.
it seems to be some sort of renowned figure in there for them.
Yes, it seemed like it was someone that had gone missing and they were looking for rather than someone they were trying to hunt and kill.
Yeah, I think they're just using their hunting skills to track where it might have been.
Okay.
But like, okay, so your mother isn't a druid, but maybe was the polar bear like a druid in polar bear form? Because I can't help but I'm thinking of the polar bears that we ran into. They weren't like talking to us, you know?
I
Just
mean,
because they didn't talk to us doesn't mean they can't talk.
There is
No,
that.
I know, but did they seem sentient? They seemed like more animalistic than people who would like look after a child and make sure that she was okay and like pat her down and introduce herself.
Maybe this is like the mother of all polar bears and it are intelligent.
It could also, I mean, there have been tales told that some people do find a strange, almost spiritual connection with certain creatures, allowing them to communicate even if they can't speak. So it could be something like that, maybe heightened awareness from the situation, a loud understanding, or perhaps this is some ancestral spirit that has inhabited the polar bear, granting it some form of intelligence, able to speak and communicate.
So what's the purpose of this story? Want us to...
Cutting out a bit.
Oh, what? It's right next to my mouth.
Put it inside your mouth.
So
That's your palate.
what's the purpose of this story? You want us to...
I just, you know, there's nothing y'all can do about it. I just wanted y'all to know that if we do stumble upon this polar bear, if we could talk first and shoot second, that would help a lot.
I mean,
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm okay with that. I don't really want to kill a polar bear if it's a... I mean, look, our experiences so far with polar bears has been, you know, 50-50.
right.
So, you know, if it comes for us, I don't mind shooting it in the head, but if it's not a bad one, then maybe we just leave it alone.
I feel like we're more on like the 100%. We're kind of 2 for 2 on not killing polar bears.
Well, I think the 50-50 was more on their temperament towards us. It wasn't for the fact that we'd rescued one of them. The other one probably would have tried to kill us.
One was leaving us alone, and the other one was very much not. Would have definitely swiped us all. So
once again, I would like to remind everybody that somebody else suggested killing first.
What, me? Why?
Yeah.
I'm just
You said we
saying,
could kill it.
I'm saying I would prefer not to kill it, but you know, that one of them looked like it was definitely going to attack us. It looked like it was definitely going to end in a battle for survival.
So the end result then becomes much like with the serial killer we're tracking. We simply ask any bears that we approach, "Are you this bear?" And if it
No.
says, "Yes, I am this bear," we don't kill it. If it's not that bear, then shoot away.
Well, we shouldn't ask. We should
No.
say, "What's your name?" first, because if we ask it, we won't kill it you if your name is Oramalok and it says yes, don't kill me.
Yeah,
Then you
we
know
say, we
that's
say, we say,
But-
"Are you Ormalok?" And if it's a bear that can speak and its name is Ormalok, then it will say, "Yes, my name is Ormalok."
Yeah.
607, I think we're overthinking this.
Did-
I just wanted to tell you all a story that tied in possibly with what the Goliaths were doing.
I mean, that
And
is fair.
you know, we don't know what tomorrow's going to bring. We may wind up in a whole, I don't know what they're called. Are they called flocks or herds or prides of polar bears? I have no idea. We might find ourselves surrounded by a dozen polar bears and have no choice but to fight our way out. So I'm not
I don't
saying
think,
polar
I
not.
don't
bears.
think they're a social group. Usually, it's just they're on their own most.
Though I believe if you do find a group of them, at least in my tribe, it's known as an aurora.
Oh.
Aurora.
Really?
That's a good name.
Cool.
That's
So-
fascinating.
So as a group, we have chosen not to kill
That's
Okataku
wrong.
or whatever it's called.
If we can
Just-
help it.
Yes, I mean, seriously, we may not have a choice. I mean, I know that I've heard that polar bears could be incredibly fierce predators, even more so than the brown bears to the south.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're big. They're big. Their claws are big. Their teeth are big.
They have lots of fur, which keeps people warm, and meat, which can feed you.
That is a fair point, actually. We've come across
Yeah.
another creature of the Icewindale, so if we ever go back and see what was she called? The elf lady. We could tell her.
Tarly?
I mean, we could, if as we're sending Faith that way anyway, we could always provide that information to Faith to pass on, and then they owe us one.
Yeah. What was she called? It's in my notes somewhere. Tally, that's it. Yeah.
I was going to say something like that, but I was thinking Tully.
Really?
Tarly.
Ashanti.
No,
Tarly?
that's a city.
Maybe there's an accent on it.
I
You,
mean,
Hulla?
Why?
No, that's you.
on
That's-
top of
Hi.
that, we have a Chewinga. I'm pretty sure Tally's probably never seen one of those before as well.
but we could
That
give
is
information on that.
fair.
And the quest is sightings of another rare or mythical beast.
They're
Mm.
certainly, well, I don't know about mythical, but they're certainly weird
Rare.
and rare.
They're rare.
Is the Chewinga still hanging around? We haven't really.
The Chewinga
I assume
is
it's still on my shoulder.
yeah, sure. It probably jumps up onto the table as you're like placing out the map, talking about heading to East Haven, whilst Faith heads to to Bremen, and it's just looking over the map, sort of tracing it with a fork at the moment, but not saying anything, just sort of prodding at it.
I'm gonna give it a little piece of charcoal to draw if it wants.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
It inspects this charcoal for a moment, and it kind of lifts it again with its almost like telekinesis. Kind of hovers it towards the map. Looks at the charcoal, looks at the map, begins to like see if it scribbles on there, which it does. What does they scribble? They draw a line. Gold line.
Okay, so not well.
Is the line pointing anywhere or connecting to places in particular?
No, not really. It's kind of just a big. It looks more like a mark on the map. Yeah. Let's go to the map and I'll show you.
Well, so we should get the Chewinga to Faith as soon as possible because we do need to get on the road to East Haven.
That'll be the first thing in the morning.
We are in the morning already.
This is.
Oh, this is
I know
the
it's
morning
still
then.
dark out. I know it's still dark out, but it is the morning.
I forgot we'd gone to bed. It's been a while. But yes, in which case,
we're already behind that caravan of murderers, so we should catch up to them.
Hulla.
Caravan of murderers.
Caravan of murderers? Wait, who?
Well, the caravan that we saw, which may or may not contain a murderer.
Oh, that one.
Or maybe 6 or 7 thinks they're all murderers.
They could be working together. It could be multiple people. So I didn't see you last night, but then during the other murder, you were in the bar with these people because somebody else is doing kill. Maybe they're all working together.
I mean, I did once hear the tale of someone called Captain Murderer who ended up being a pirate. So,
Have I heard of Captain Murderer? History check.
I had a thought last night, and I don't know that it's a good one because, I'm not the strategist kind of person, but we're chasing the murderer, hoping to catch him,
or kill
them. And we know that they go in a line over and over again,
like a caravan of traders might do.
Right. Well, what I'm thinking is, let's go back to. I know that we're sacrificing somebody in East Haven, but maybe we should go back to Targus and camp outside the city gates and see who's trying to go into Targus, so that we can narrow down our choices. I mean, right now we're chasing the wind, and we have no idea who it is, and we have.
You want us to go back to Targus and camp outside?
It's just a thought that we have no idea who we're chasing.
Well, we're tracing the caravan. I'm sure that the caravan has the murder, and I am 96.728% positive.
Okay.
And the last set of murders happened a month ago.
Roughly, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. If we miss this one, we might be done for
a month. Maybe more.
Okay. Like I said, I'm not the caravan master here.
Aren't you the one that works specifically on a caravan until recently?
I am, but I'm not the master, the one who plans everything, and I'm just one of the guards.
Well, we don't have a leader, so you could. You're the closest thing to a caravan leader that we do have right now.
Thank you, 607. I'm very flattered.
I agree. We should go in that direction. I would like to get this Chewinga to Bremen just so we can.
Yeah, that's what Faith is doing.
Oh, Faith is going to deliver it?
Well, we were going to ask Faith to see if she would do it, because that way we could continue to East Haven and try to catch the person in the act.
Right. My other worry about Faith going out by herself is, it's been hard for us as a group.
Well, she can travel with a non-murderous caravan.
And she'll have an axe beak.
Yeah.
Will she?
Will she?
You have a axe beak. You could give it to her.
We're not going to give her. I don't think we're going to give her our axe beak, but she can.
It's my axe
travel.
beak.
She can travel with other people.
And
We know
she's
that the murderer is heading to East Haven first, so there's little chance that the murderer will be on a caravan going to
assuming they
back
continue
to
to follow the
Targos.
pattern.
and she's travelled a fair bit. I mean, I assume she gets one of those religious pins at every church she visits.
Yes,
So she
she
I
gets
think
a
she might
reward miles.
yeah.
The
Gets
the
new pin.
one of the issues will be on her travel to Bremen. She would obviously most likely want to stop at Targos based on the distances. And
Yeah, she'll travel one day to Targos and then the next day to Bremen, and then she's done.
yes, but
Yeah.
Targos weren't exactly the most welcoming. I know that was for myself and our two half-orcs, but she's a tiefling. They might also, and she's a worshipper of Oral. That might not go down well with them. And then would she be able to make it all the way?
I mean, we made it all the way here in one day, and we set off like midday. So if she sets off in the morning, which it is morning
She
now,
might be okay.
Yeah.
But
maybe she moves quick. Yeah.
In which case,
I still have a Chewinga to protect.
maybe the Chewinga can help. The Chewinga can manipulate its surroundings, right? So maybe if we can communicate to it. Does anyone have like minor illusion or something that we can make a little diorama to show it, you know, that this is a person to protect and keep warm and
I just
maybe make it smooth
just
the way
write
around?
that
I'm just
down?
worried that if we send Faith off by herself and something happens, then the Chewingas may not be likely to let us have another of their number.
Well,
And I know
then that depends on how much we trust Faith and how much we believe in Faith to carry out a simple delivery.
Yeah.
our
I
other
trust
option. Sorry, continue.
I trust Faith. I just don't know that I trust many other things in this land.
I mean, the
Well, we
other
seemed, as long as we stayed on the road, we seemed to do okay.
yeah.
So she just needs to stay on the road,
The
head
other option,
directly there, don't stop, and maybe if she has a couple extra gold in her pocket, there's payment there for her. So she wanted to help us anyway, right?
yeah. And
She wanted to help us. She wanted to be useful and try a little bit of the work that we have been doing.
I mean,
So this is part of that.
yeah. The if you're going off other options, then that would be us all go back to Bremen to deliver the Chewinga. We miss out on the murderer, or
Yeah,
we
that's
keep
definitely letting somebody in East Haven die.
yeah,
doing that.
or we keep the Chewinga around, go all the way to East Haven to deal with the murderer, and then have to ferry it, assuming the Chewinga hasn't disappeared by that point.
Well, but we also would need to head back to Bremen after dealing with East Haven anyway if we catch the murderer, because the person who wanted us to do that was in Bremen.
Hill and Trollbane.
But can we keep a Chewinga around for that long without it deciding, yeah, I'm bored. It wants to just
I don't think so somehow. I think we treat
I think it's hard. It'll be harder to keep the Chewinga around that long, because then you're also needing to look after it while we're trying to find a literal murderer or two or three.
So I think
Yeah,
we might
where was remind me where the last murder happened? Like it was in was it in
this
in
town.
Bridgehander?
Yeah, it was yesterday, last night.
Oh, that's right.
Or
Okay.
actually, it would have been the night before that.
So the next one is going to be in East Haven.
In East Haven in a couple days.
Okay, I like the idea. I trust. I trust Faith and her competence and her good heart, and I think if we send her with a charge to Bremen, I think she can do it. And I think we head to East Haven. I think we need to.
Then let
If
us
we
have
can
a little
prevent a
bit of
murder, I
faith in
think
the
we should.
situation.
I mean, we still don't have any idea how we're going to prevent a murder or find them beyond
asked them.
607's theory that everyone is a murderer. But
Well, this at least
up here,
has a
everybody
bit of
is a murderer.
sense.
Up here, people seem fine letting kids walk off into the snow wearing nothing but their underwear.
Yeah, he kind of has a point here.
Mm.
They're a hard people.
Hmm. Right. So if we head to Faith, would it be worthwhile whilst we go and do that quickly that someone asks around and finds out who the murder victim was here, see if it follows the same pattern of being like a trader, someone like that?
We were gonna try and talk to the family members of some of the murder victims to find out a little bit about how they're related.
Hmm.
I think we could, that
I can
kind of
do that then.
Oh,
yeah.
All right.
All right.
Does
yeah.
Hulla, why
anybody
don't
else with
I'm good with people.
you
um
are good with people?
It's
Does
awkward
anyone?
silence.
You're very direct. You're very direct, and
I need to ask
people
direct questions.
Mm,
people talk to you for some reason. I don't know why that is.
There's a
Unless your
comfort in
charisma.
there's a comfort in knowing that I'm not a human.
Huh.
Also, you're funny. You're just funny and charming. And I don't know that you mean to be, but you are definitely an easy person to travel with.
See?
that has suggested murdering all of us several times.
Not
Very
all
good.
of you.
Well,
Well, I
that's
mean, who hasn't threatened to murder us several times, right?
And a number of people here have suggested murder as well.
well,
That's
So
what I
it's
mean.
not just me. And I'm also not the person who's sending some kid out into the snow with no
that is
protection.
true.
Yeah, this
Oh, the
town is
music just
fucked up.
randomly started for me.
I very
Well-
specifically went to argue against doing that.
Yeah, the town is pretty messed up.
All right, then.
Like that baby that somebody keeps on leaving outside all the time.
There was music before that was coming through Utopi, but this is music on Foundry.
Ah,
So, who's going to Faith and who's going to
well,
families?
I'll go to Faith. I think I should take the Schwinga.
I think Hulla should go to Faith at the very least. You're the most connection she has.
hmm
right.
Does anyone want to come with?
Oh,
yeah.
you actually no. It makes sense for you to go Ashanti because we probably don't want to have you and Bits be wandering about too much in case they put 2 and 2 together from yesterday.
So you're saying I should go or I shouldn't go?
You should go to the church rather than going and asking questions of people because a person with a
Okay.
dog going around asking questions could raise suspicions.
Okay. And Bits needs her morning constitutional anyway.
Yeah, and then I guess the other 3 of us will go deal with finding out who was murdered and who they were, I guess.
Yep. All right then. Sounds good. So you
And I
split the
shall
party up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna head
One thing I'd
and
like to
start
do
with
before we had this whole conversation, while everybody's still getting up, because I don't need to rest as long as everybody else.
Okay.
I'll just before everybody else gets up, I'm going to adjust my innards a little bit to protect it for the day.
right. Yes,
Just making
sure.
sure it's nice and just making sure everything's nice and secure.
It looks pretty secure. In fact, yeah, it looks as secure as the last time you've adjusted everything in there. So the cold is definitely being staved off by the blubber lining and the fur coat that you've been layered in now. Even though it may be a bit heavy, it's well worth the extra carriage. Okay.
Do we see him do this, or is this? Are you being private about this?
I'm being private. I do them before you get up in the washroom.
Okay.
Okay. Then we shall head to the House of the Morning Lord first. Wait, is Bits with you, or is Bits?
Bits is with me.
Okay, cool.
So, come, girl.
Let's have a look at the weather today. Roll 2d6. There we go. Last time it was like a light snow. What a 5. Okay. And 5 takes us to... light snow again. Cool. If you're ever wondering, I've got this... the weather hex. So at the moment, you're on the far right. On the light snow. This is what I'm talking about here.
Far right.
So every time, every 2 hours, I roll 2d6, and at the moment, yeah, you're on the far right hex of light snow, and you were on the one just up above that, the diagonally top. But now it could actually suddenly take a worse turn. If you roll if I roll a 7 or 6 in the next 2 hours, it could turn to a blizzard, which is not good.
We need to, need to roll a 10 or 11 to go back to light snow.
Yes.
What is play of hope? Prayer of hope?
Ray of hope. A ray of
Ray
hope.
of hope. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. It is, as it says, a ray of hope. It is the complete opposite of the worst weather. That's all I'll say. So if blizzard or sleet storm is the worst, ray of hope is the complete opposite. Talking
So how
clear
many would we
skies.
need to roll to get to a ray of hope?
You'd have to go. You
A
have
10
to
or
roll like
11, then a 10 or 11, then a 12.
that's right. Which is very unlikely, but there you go. The little walls there as well, there's like little lines above that, means you can't go from a ray of hope suddenly into a blizzard. So, same with that clear sky. You can't go from a clear sky to the heavy snow. So, that's how that works. Anyway, that's just so you know how I'm doing this behind the scenes to change weather. But, yeah, so we're on a light snow at the moment, which is fine. Comfortable, you can move around, and visibility is pretty standard. So heading up to the House of the Morning Lord, you are met again, greeted by Mishan. Says, come in from the cold, please. We've got the fires roaring. Faith has recovered some, perhaps not fully, but she's definitely got past the worst of it. Would you like to see her?
We would
Yes,
love to see
please.
her.
Yeah.
So you come into her room, and she is no longer like bedridden. She's at her table, seemingly making some notes, maybe entering a journal entry into her private diary. And she turns around, big smile on her face, and she pushes back her hair and says, "Oh, hello! It's you guys. I'm glad to see you're doing well. Where's the rest of you?"
They're men. They're off doing whatever men do when they're off by themselves.
All right. Well, in that
How,
case,
how are you feeling?
I'm feeling a lot better, thank you. Yes.
Tired? Frostbitten?
Just a little tired, but I have been sleeping enough. Just she holds her arm. Still a light tingling in this one from the frostbite, but I'm feeling much better. She's down to like 1 level of exhaustion mechanically.
Okay.
Now,
Mm.
you said I said to you if you were heading off that you would come and let me know. Does this mean you're about to head off again? Heading to East Haven or Targos?
Well, actually, that's kind of why we wanted to come see you. We sort of are planning to head east to East Haven since. Do you know about the murder thing, the serial killer? Have you heard about this?
I have heard about that cold-hearted killer. Yes, it was
Yeah.
in the 10 times.
We sort of have this suspicion that they may be moving east, so that's the direction we want to go to see if we can prevent a murder
Goodness.
or catch a murder or do something really cool. But we do have an errand to run to Bremen, and I know you're interested in religious things, and I was wondering if, well, you wanted to go visit the Temple of Hades there.
Temple of Hades.
Mm-hmm.
She looks over her religious symbols and actually I haven't been to a Temple of Hades before.
There's not many. He's not very popular, but there is one there. It's one of the only ones left.
What should I expect?
You know, a lot of sort of emo, moody people. But I mean, not evil, not bad. Just, he's the lord of the underworld. He's the lord who hides in the shadows. And he rules over the land of the dead. So some people find that a little creepy, but the whole point of it is he doesn't take anyone's life if it's not their turn, Like he doesn't
Fascinating.
sacrifice, and he doesn't allow murder or the deaths of innocents. It's he
Sounds like a
so
benevolent god.
I
May
think
I
so.
ask, did you hear the call of Hades, or did you go to him?
Well, I suppose I was in some trouble, and there was the Temple of Hades that rescued me, and they talked, and I think the philosophy of Hades made the most sense for me to try and right my ways, and I've caused a lot of death, or I've been adjacent to a lot of death causing in my past, and I think they sort of made me see that there was a way to right the balance, and that the Lord of Doorways was the way to do it. It just sort of, death is a part of life, and that's okay. And some people it's okay to kill them, or some people deserve to die, and some people don't. And it's up to us to sort of try and help the balance along.
And so you're trying to balance out your past with your future?
Me personally, yeah. Trying to save more people than I've killed, and part of the reason why they're doing, well, I guess part of why you should care is that this winter is unnatural, and it's upsetting the balance, and the Temple of Hades wants to try and see if there's something they can do to fight that.
Fix it.
To bring bring the balance back to nature as well.
I think in that case they're on the right path. I too seek understanding of this place and of my god, she looks just through the crack in the door towards the other priestess who's being busy with bits, it looks like.
Yes, Bits slunk out of the room towards the fire, and she came up with her best hangdog expression, and laid down and looked at the priestess. And when the priestess seemed like she was melting, Bits rolled over and presented her tummy like nobody had ever scratched her chest before ever in her whole life. And she was itchy from all that stuff they had on her yesterday. So
Beautiful.
So
warmed by the fire and getting scritches.
Yes, Bits has definitely now she's aware of where Ashanti and Hulla are, but she's certainly not going to pass up an opportunity for a good scritch by a fire.
It's true. I think even the priestess, who is as devout as they are, trying to concentrate on their prayers, is a little distracted enough to give Bits a pat and a scratch. yes, Faith does seem to be a little cautious about who she tells, who she worships, even in a place of worship. She says, I would be happy to help them understand. Perhaps I can discover something as well. Um, maybe
Yeah, I
the
mean,
answer lies with Auril. Perhaps, maybe asking her. She shakes her head. I suppose that's naive. I'm sure the Ten Towners have already tried to communicate with her, but
They
well,
seem
you
to
seem
be trying to appease her by throwing young boys out into the snow without clothes on.
I don't think anybody's really talked to Oral. You might be the only one who has a real connection with her, but the Temple of Hades, they're trying. They're trying to figure it out. And you like Ashanti said, not just sacrifice and accept, but to um find a resolution. And the great thing about Hades is he's not an exclusive guy. Like you can be an acolyte from him and go to other temples, and you can carry other symbols. Like they don't care. He
it's
knows,
reassuring. She
he knows
says
his deal. He's not gonna, yeah, oh yeah, totally, totally,
she's
totally.
bedecked in holy symbols, and she stands up and like dons her cloak, which kind of jingles like a load of wind chimes, and she says, "All right then, I'll go there for you. Did you say you wanted me to deliver something?
Um, deliver slash
A message?
escort. Uh,
Oh,
this is Chewinga, the Chewinga.
and yep,
They're a
hopping onto your shoulder, they appear.
yep, they're a fey creature, and I will touch fingertip to fingertip with a Chewinga. Um, they're pretty cool. They don't really talk, and we're not sure if they understand language or not, but they definitely are smart in their own way. They're curious. So
Oh, look at its little mask. That's
yeah, I know.
fascinating. What?
Isn't it cute?
It is. It's adorable. And wait, you want me to take this?
Well, Danica Greysteel at the temple, she seems to think that this creature might be able to understand a bit about what's going on with the winter and the snow and the everything, because it can
All right.
manipulate its surroundings. So she wants to talk to it somehow, and we need to get it to Bremen.
I will
So
happily do this for you. And she cups her hands and yeah, waits for you to sort of pick the Chewinga up, I
yeah,
guess.
I'll pick the chewing up and put it in Faith's hands, and I'll say, you kind of have to. Well, we've had some luck with kind of entertaining it like a toddler. So if you have like a cat's cradle, or if you have, some coins you can flip around, or it seems to like drawing. So
Uh,
or throwing and catching shiny things, just to keep it with you. But little
As you say,
buddy,
drawing. It does seem
are
to
you,
be tracing a finger over Faith's palm, almost like it's doing a palm reading.
mm,
And Faith just holds it very still, not knowing how to listening to your instructions as to how to handle this creature, just cupped hands, and you see the Chewinga moving their finger across. There's this still slightly reddish part to her hand where the frostbite is receding, and as it passes its finger over it, seems to sort of just wipe the ailment away.
see,
And that Faith says, What is it doing? My hand
is it
doesn't
better?
sting anymore."
Mm, they're great. They've been so nice to us. Um, yeah, like if it offers you food, definitely take it, or at least pretend to take it, because we got some healing from that, and it's a I don't understand at all what it is, but it seems to be kind of benevolent. So have fun. but if you could do this favor, this would be like a really huge favor. You'd
Of
be really
course,
grateful.
yes.
And it'd be
I'll
good
set
for
off.
everyone, not just us, you know?
I was going to set off tomorrow, but now I feel right as rain. I can probably get my things and start heading to Bremen now.
Yay.
All right, I won't waste any time. Thank you for trusting me with this. I know it's important to you and your faith. So, thank you for putting your faith in me. She says, the nervous kind of smile.
I get it. Thank you, Faith, for all your help. You have been super cool, and I really hope that you find what you're looking for wherever it is.
To find out what I'm looking for first. But yes, I'm sure
Well,
together we'll figure this out.
talk to Danica though. Seriously, she she helped me kind of figure out what it was that I was looking for after I'd been through some stuff, and what I needed to do to find a purpose. And she's
Sounds
good.
wise.
Yeah, that's the word.
All right then. In that case, let's go. And she gets her things and begins to head out. She gives her farewells to Mishan and thanks her for the hospitality here, for
I was
sheltering
gonna
her.
say, when y'all set out, first poked your head out the door, Bits was asleep and snoring.
Oh, was that the snoring?
Yes, that was the snoring. She was asleep and snoring because she'd had breakfast and she'd had a constitutional and she'd had scritches and it was warm.
Beautiful.
So she wakes up
Mishan,
with a big snort sound and she kind of shakes herself and is ready to go.
beautiful. In that case,
Cool.
Mishan gives Faith a couple of rations for the road, like a cheese wheel and bits and bobs. But looks good. Looks like she's off, and gives you a wave goodbye as you also depart the house of the Morning Lord as well.
Okay, cool. Job done.
All right. Okay, let's head back to Brinshanda proper and see where the others are. All right. 607 Geist and Barritomus. Guys, where do you want to start heading first? What's your first port of call?
Who's the first person I see when I leave the tavern?
The first person. Well, one of Scramsax's patrons is probably trying to walk in as you're walking out and bumps into you. Hey, where are you going? Take your goggles off when you're inside.
Excuse me, sir. My goggles are off.
Are they?
Yeah, they're off.
Confused. He's confused.
Do you know the person who was murdered yesterday?
Oh.
Did you murder them?
Bringing that up already. What? No. Why are you making such accusations?
It's a question, not an accusation. An accusation would be me telling you I think you murdered it. I'm asking you if you murdered him. It's different.
Too early for this. But yes.
Do you know who the person was?
I've never met them, but I think his name was Johan.
Johan. Do you know where Johan lived? Do you know where his family is?
Yeah, they were. There was what's it called? A vigil held.
Yes.
Yeah, it was held in the town square, and several people were invited back to the wake.
Oh no.
You can head via the town hall.
Town hall.
Yeah. I think head to the town hall. You'll definitely get more information from there. Because there were flowers laid out and stuff. Well, actually, not flowers.
I don't care about the flowers. You can continue into the tavern now.
Okay, good. All right. Pushes his way in. One ale.
We ask a question. Ask a question. Get the answers. Let's go to the town hall.
Okay. you head to the town hall, and not flowers, but rather they look like origami flowers, like people have pulled together like bits of parchment, because the real flowers haven't bloomed here for 2 years. So they've made little origami flowers, and they've nestled them in the eaves of the town hall's shelter. And there are even still right now a couple of people perhaps offering up prayers or putting down offerings.
That's an
I'll walk to
interesting
the nearest
topic.
person.
They are sort of sniffing and sniffling, but they look at you. And,
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. How can I
Are you
help
Johan's family?
Yes, we are.
Good. Then you're the ones I want to talk to.
Please just let me mourn.
Did you kill Johan?
What? How could you say such a thing? What?
Mr. Charisma
It's not an
over here.
It's not an accusation. It's a question.
And who are you exactly? Are you investigators?
I'm going to be investigating and hired on behalf of the family.
So you're not with Sheriff Southwell? He's the one who's already asked me so many questions. I'll tell him what I know, what I told you.
He's a bit of a dick. We don't like him.
The sheriff, yes, he's unforgiving. I'm very forgiving.
So this sort of.
But just for clarification, you did not answer my question when I asked you if you killed Johan.
No, why would I murder my own husband?
Ah. Okay, well that's one more person eliminated. That's 2. Plus Johan, 3. We're making headway.
There's a couple of kids who are kneeling down, making these little origami flowers, and they look around as you're talking, and then they come up to her as they notice you're obviously upsetting her, and these 2 kids hold on to either side of her arms and say, "Mummy, are you okay? What's happening? Who's this?"
Hello, children.
Hello. Who are you?
Did either one of you kill your father?
I knew it.
Mummy, he's strange. Why is he asking about Daddy? And she says, "Look, if you're going to ask this about everyone, you're going to get the same response. Why? And even if you found the murderer, why would they even tell you? They're not going to admit to the crime."
He can be very persuasive.
Maybe they're proud of it for some reason.
Proud? Why would they murder Johan? He was a good father.
He was good at his work, his business of carpentry?
Carpentry? No.
No. He was a brewer? No.
No, he was a landlord.
Oh, so he didn't have a real job. Okay.
Okay.
Ding.
Wow. Make inspiration for that.
I just sort of tap 607 on the shoulder. What's a landlord?
Oh my god.
I will tell you later.
You can absolutely have inspiration for that one. She looks at you and says, "Well, his real job, he earned plenty of gold. I beg your pardon, but he was very wealthy. Thank you very much. And we lived a good life thanks to him. And now he's gone. And I would have traded every gold piece we had if it meant saving him from that horrible fate."
So does that mean you're going to hire me to solve his murder?
I don't know who you are or what your credentials are, but if you sound like you have a confidence about you, but I'm not paying you anything up front.
Right.
A clipboard? Look, if you have any information, please, you have to tell us.
Did he have any known enemies?
I know that he was murdered.
Or debts that he had unpaid, something like that.
We didn't have debts over our head. No, like I said, we had paid off all of our debts.
Were there any?
We had plenty of comfortable living.
Are there, or were there any new things that were happening business-wise for him? Maybe he'd bought some things that recently, or spoken to some people.
Yes, actually, he did say that he had a quick business venture that he had to attend. It was strange to me because it was late at night, but he came back and there weren't any problems. So I assumed he must have just had to check up on something or just a quick meeting. That was all. But
do you know who he was meeting with or what he was doing?
Were they traveling merchants?
But he came back.
Yes, he left about when was it? About 4 or 5 days ago, I think it was. Yes, it was 5 days ago. He left one evening just after we'd finished dinner. He put on his cold weather clothing and said that he had some quick business to attend to, and he headed out the front door. Said to make sure you wrap up warm and stay safe, and it was only about an hour or so before he came back, and he seemed in a good mood as well. He seemed to have a smile on his face, and
Did he say
kissed
why
his
he was-
children. He wasn't in any other particular mood. He kissed his children goodnight. You were fine. Sorry, what was your...
Did he
Did
say
he normally
why?
kiss children goodnight?
Hold on, one sec. What was your name? Sorry, Mr. Dwarf.
Barritomus. Did he say why he was leaving again? You said he was back an hour and then had to
He
go
didn't.
back.
He just said it was just a quick business venture. And at this point, I'm gonna just literally roll the dice and see what she really remembers. So 14 isn't bad. Come to think of it, I do remember him leaving with a coin purse, like a hefty one. Like traditionally, he has like a belt with a coin purse on it, but this time he left with... it's more like a saddlebag.
And when he came back, he didn't have that?
No.
So he went out, paid some for something, and then came back and seemed happy about it. And then a few days later...
Yes. And look, before you go asking inappropriate questions like the sheriff did, no, I don't think he's having an affair or paying off someone for some sort of I don't even want to repeat myself. No, my husband is loving and he loves his children.
Before he went out for his business meeting, did he receive any letters or any form of communication to just suddenly go out to do that, or?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. From what I understand, there was one other person in the town who went the same way, shall we say. Trying to bear in mind that there are children about. Do you
Last
know...
month, you mean?
Yeah, do you know whereabouts the family of that person is? Or are they still in town, for example?
No, yes, they came by and offered their condolences yesterday as well. And they kind of gesture at the offerings and the postcards and such.
Do you know where we can find these people? And what their
Yes,
victim person's name is?
they came to the wake, in fact. Now I'm trying to remember my own notes. It was quite a while ago. But did anyone else make the notes? I remember it was there was like a halfling merchant. So I'm gonna have to go with that.
There was a halfling merchant in Targos,
Mm-hmm.
a
Or,
human shipbuilder, and a dwarf glassblower. But I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't know which ones are which.
Let's go with the dwarven glassblower. They are the ones here in Brunshanda.
Which was Cask Toe?
That's the one, the Cask Toe family.
Yeah, the dwarf glassblower.
Of course, yes. Yeah, and she picks up one of the bits of parchment that she's been making into flowers, and she gives you the address on it.
Okay, and in exchange, I realize it's not much, but I don't really carry a lot of things that would be useful. Would you like a piece of cheese? With my condolences. It's a good cheese.
I'm not hungry. I've not eaten anything since.
Oh, well, he hands her the piece.
Stomach.
Hands her the piece of cheese, looks at her and goes, "You are dishonoring them by not eating. Take care of yourself so you can take care of your children. You are now the leader of this pack. Do a good job." And then with that, he just turns around and walks out.
She looks at the cheese and for a moment, and then splits it in two halves, and she gives one half each to her children.
I'm gonna kneel down to the children's height.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna give my dagger to one of them.
Oh wow, a knife!
I will want this back shortly, but before that, I want you to try to hit me with it.
It looks up at the child. Looks up at their mum. What are you trying to incite violence with my children?
No, I'm testing a theory.
Okay. Am I just attacking you anyway?
Just try to hit me once, and then the other one can try the same.
Oh my god. All right. So it definitely, the child's like tries to like tap you with it. They don't really want to hurt you because you're trying to help. So they kind of just tap you with it, and it's on the flat of the blade as well, and it's just on your shin.
I'm gonna try to avoid this as if it's like a combat situation.
You got it. Okay, let me roll a d20.
They need to roll to hit.
Oh my god.
They've probably got minus to this. Probably like -2. So 14.
14 does hit. Okay.
Okay, manages to tap you on the leg, non-lethally.
Okay.
With the flat.
And the other one can try as well.
All right. The other one's a little bit older, and it says, "You're strange. Will this hurt you? You look like you're made of like metal or something."
No,
So I suppose.
Do it the same way your sibling did. Just a light tap. I will try to avoid, and you just simply try to tap me.
He can't be harmed. It's okay.
All right. This is for my father. And runs forward. Oh my god! Actually, probably does hit. And this one is trying to stab you.
Good.
And does like 4 points of piercing damage. Oh, sorry. Unless you have anything you want to do.
No. I'll take
Okay.
4 points.
The knife embeds cleanly into one of your joints, and there's like a.
Good. Good, both of you.
You
need to protect your mother.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought this was like part of a test or something. I didn't. Why didn't you dodge out of the way?
This was a test. Now that your father is dead, you need to protect your mother.
Oh.
I suggest I'll take the dagger back, but I suggest you both go to a blacksmith and get something of yourselves, a sword, a shield, a dagger. You must protect your mother.
But not the Black Iron Blades. They'll scam you.
Not them. Go to somebody reputable.
All right.
Or
Sure.
make one yourself if you're able to.
Look, I'm really sorry about your arm, mister, but thanks for doing everything you are. If you get any more information, please come back and tell us, yeah?
Will do.
All right.
And I'll turn to
good
leave.
Good cheese, by the way. All right, you turn. You got the knife still, like, in your arm socket. You can pull
I'll
that
remove
out.
the knife, and then as we leave, I'll just quietly mention to Geist and Barritomus. Both of those kids are capable of murder. I haven't. They're no longer off the list.
Very well. Very well.
Oh my God.
But it's in. I'm wondering if the glassblower also had a similar meeting before they met their demise.
We must go ask the family.
I think the more worrying thing is that the murderer is no longer just targeting people of tradesmen. They are now branching out to other professions.
Okay, so a landlord is a profession. It's not one I'm aware of.
But not in the trades.
No, not like a trade.
It's a method. It's a method of getting money from other people that is not a trade.
Yeah, so he's branching out. That is the problem. It means that in East Haven, it could literally be anyone who lives there.
Well,
maybe even
someone who has a job at least. So if we find any homeless people, they're likely not to get killed.
But didn't 607 say that it wasn't a real job?
The landlord isn't a real job, really. What you do is you own things, and then you rent those things out to people for an exhausting price, so they don't have a chance to own things themselves.
But yeah, so
maybe he tried to rent this property to someone, or rent this thing to someone.
At an exorbitantly high price, and they disagreed with him.
Possibly.
What I think is more likely the case, actually, is since he made a shady deal with somebody and then a few days later died, I'm still betting that the murderer is on that caravan we almost caught up to the other day.
So maybe a month ago the glass blowers were also overcharging people. So we're looking for businesses that overcharge people.
Or businesses that have shady dealings.
Or shady dealings.
Well, or they're building something. What were the other businesses? A glass blower?
Glass blower, a shipbuilder.
Just a general goods merchant.
So a general goods merchant, a shipbuilder, and now a landlord for a warehouse. And a trapper. So they're building up a business of sorts. They're killing off competition.
Maybe
this is interesting.
Maybe the landlord owned the ship that the shipbuilder made that was transporting glass and general goods.
A possibility.
So we're going to find something that would be to do with ships.
Ships and trade, maybe.
In East Haven.
Maybe it's maybe maybe the next one's going to be a politician that sets the tariffs or something, or the harbor master that masters the harbor.
Do you think, and this is just something that popped into my head, that maybe the meeting he went to was to bribe some of the officials here so that his family wouldn't be part of the lottery?
Oh.
Well, that didn't work since he's dead.
And then someone found out
about it. It did work.
And then someone found out and killed him for it.
That's why there was a satchel of money. That does make sense. It's people who are trying to get off the lottery.
Possibly.
So in that theory, it's a vigilante going from town to town, killing people who are trying to bribe their way out of being killed.
But then what ends up happening is 2 people get killed on the same night because one gets sent out of town and one gets murdered. So that wouldn't quite make sense.
It's really not that efficient in the end.
But
No.
I mean,
Sounds like a human thing to do, though.
But Targos is another town that has the same sacrifices, so.
Well, don't all the towns have different sacrifices? This town has the killing of people. Other towns sacrifice their wood or their goods or something. So it's not always people.
Just
Citizens of Bryn Shander, Targos, and East Haven are reminded to pick up their lottery tickets before nightfall on the 19th.
Yeah.
So I think
where did you grab that?
That's from the 10 Town Times, yeah.
10 Town Times has it right there. Okay.
So
all three of those towns are ones that have the same lottery system, and that's where the murder's taking place.
So we should be
it could be
killing
linked.
the murderer as well as the people who are bribing.
Yeah. So it's to do with the lotteries then.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Or at least that's a link.
So we go speak to the Glassblowers family and see if they if whoever was in their family that died similarly went out a few days before with a satchel of money payoff being put in the lottery.
Yes. I hope this person doesn't have any children that need to stab me.
And then and then if that's the case, when we get to East Haven, we find out who may have left town with a satchel of money as of recent.
Well, the caravan with merchants might have left with a caravan with some money.
True.
Or at least the people on that could have been transporting. Interesting.
But we also
but does the lottery occur on the same day for each of the towns, I wonder?
True.
Because that...
Onto Glassblower's house.
Okay. You have the address. You follow it towards what would have been perhaps a respectable part of town, like on the main path there. But this house, it doesn't have many lights on. In fact, not even got any lights on at all. It's almost like nobody lives here, and it looks like it's almost fallen into a bit of disrepair. You can see a couple of the windows aren't like properly closed or boarded up. Rather, it just looks like it's fallen from like a really nice stately home to like more a squalid home, and that becomes even more apparent as you knock on the door and you hear a stomping come to the door as someone's clearing their throat, like a slight cough, and they open up the door. There is a older woman. She is, or perhaps she isn't as old as she looks, but you can tell that she's gone through some rough times. Looks like she hasn't got much sleep. You can see her hair's all unkempt and slightly graying, and she's not wrapped up in full cold weather clothing, but rather she's just got like bed sheets and blankets over her, which is wrapped up and almost made a makeshift hood. And as you look into the interior of the house, you can also see bare floorboards. You can see gaps in the walls where there would have been picture frames. And there's hardly any furniture in here as well. It's almost like it's been emptied out and this person's now squatting.
Right.
But they look at you and they're like, what do you want?
607, go on, ask them the question.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello? What do you...
Your
who are you?
husband was... I'm investigating a murder.
You're a bit late for that. And she goes to slam the door.
I will stop the door.
Okay. She like...
Sorry, but I'm hoping we are hoping to prevent further murders if you can help us answer some questions.
And bring said murderer to justice.
I already told the sheriff everything, and they didn't solve it. No justice is ever brought.
The sheriff isn't me.
Who are you then? I don't understand. Why now? Is it because the other one's been murdered? Is that why it's just a big... It's all been resurfaced because of... The hype surrounding the
the
reason.
other person's family will hire me to solve this murder. So yes.
And we have only most of us have only just arrived in the 10 towns.
Yes.
So we have only just become aware of this. Otherwise, we may have solved it previously.
Yes, I can assure you that I did not kill your husband.
She rolls her eyes and says, "Well, in or out?
coming
Letting the
in.
freezing cold in." She opens the door and you see this stout-looking dwarf woman lets you guys in, and the moment like the last person's through, she like slams the door shut, and it kind of rattles the whole house. You know, when like there's no furnishings in the house, it kind of feels hollow, and your voices echo off the walls. Yeah, the shutting of the door slams around.
Thank you
And
for
you
letting us
realize-
in. This first question might seem awkward, but I assure you it's very important. What was your husband's name?
My husband's name. He was. His name was Gunnar Casktoe.
Casktoe. Okay. Second question. Did you murder your husband?
And there it is.
No. But if he came in through that door, I'd certainly think about murdering him a second time.
A second time, as in you killed him the first time?
No, I'm saying the state he left me in is unexcusable. He'd have some explaining to do.
Yes, he might. There's not a lot of furniture in here. Third question. Do you have any children?
No.
No children. Good. Do you want to take this dagger for me, please?
I'm not touching anything of yours.
Interesting.
She's got like she can't even see her hands. It's all clenched up in these blankets.
By chance, did your husband leave with a lot of money before he got murdered?
I go to like a business meeting.
Dealings late in the night.
She looks at you, Barritomus, for a good hard long moment and says, "Well, he must have. It's the only thing I can think. I'm quite a heavy sleeper. But if he did leave her during the night, then I wouldn't have known about it. But what I can tell you is, after his passing, I went into our savings to find that everything had been gone. Everything we'd saved together just vanished. And without his paying job, slowly but surely I had to start selling off things. Furniture, paintings, just to stay afloat. The only thing I have left is the shell of a house.
Well,
I don't know where the gold went. I don't know what he did with it.
Did his death come shortly before or shortly after last month's lottery?
It was 1 month and a day. Today.
Before the lottery or after the lottery? Sorry.
Before the lottery. Before. Wait, no. Wait.
Before.
Are you saying when did he die?
Yes.
It was after the lottery.
Just after the lottery.
Would it be just the day after, by any chance, that he died?
She thinks for a moment. It was 2 days after.
Which is the exact same case with this one, right? Am I remembering that right, Chris? That was more just to me.
Well, it was a day after in this instance. For this latest murder, it was a day after. She's saying it was 2 days after the lottery.
Not an exact pattern, but still, it happened just after the lottery. Interesting.
Interesting theories, yes.
Right, in that case,
And
I wish
go
I
on.
could. I wish I could help with your money situation, but I don't really carry much cash myself. And I doubt in your situation a piece of cheese would be comforting.
Cheese? Yes. I'll take the cheese.
Okay, I'll give her a piece of cheese.
She gobbles it down
These
happily.
pieces of cheese are weirdly coming back. I love it.
She says, while she's nibbling on it, she says, it was acting a bit strange the day after the lottery, though.
Almost like, jumping at shadows?
Yeah, he came in from the snow one late afternoon after work, and he slammed the door shut, and he then closed all the windows, closed all the shutters, and he was looking out at them for a moment, like peeking out the curtain. I was asking him what he was doing, and he said he's just checking on the weather, but it was clearly a lie. I know my husband. And I remember he tossed and turned that night, didn't sleep. Good cheese, by the way.
Yeah, I know, it's fantastic. Do you... this is... checking on the weather. Do you happen to remember what the weather was like on the day that he died? Like, was it like a heavy snow, a blizzard, a fog, you know?
Pretty standard Icewindale snow.
So, nothing
windy.
out of the ordinary.
No, not that I remember.
Okay.
But he looked like shit in the morning, that's what I can tell you. He refused to go into work as well.
Like he was scared.
But I said we needed supplies, and well, he was doing nothing all day, just huddled up by the fire. And I forced him out the house, and that was it.
Do you know if he had any connections with insert name of that trading group that we ran into, because I can't remember their name out of character?
Torgs
Traders, the caravan. Do you know if he had any links with them at all?
No. She shakes her head.
No.
He has his own, like, well, it would be like a forge, right? He had his own forge near the main path there. It was just down the road near the marketplace. No, he's a crafter. He doesn't really trade with anyone.
Okay. And this is just going to be a really weird thing. Is it the property where he did his work? Was that a property he owned, or did he rent the space from someone else?
No, he works for the glassblowers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Was that... Do the glass-blowing company own that building?
Yes.
Or... Oh, okay,
they
so
do,
it's that
yes.
building. Okay.
By chance, did your landlord just die?
No, it did not. But I wish he did. That way I wouldn't have to pay the exorbitant fees in this place.
Well, that's a shame.
I think the only thing left to sell is the house. I'm gonna have to size down. It's the only option.
I mean...
You can move in with Johan's family. I think there's a spare bedroom now.
That is wildly inappropriate. And if you have no more further questions, I'd ask you to get the hell out.
Are you yourself looking for work in some capacity? If so, would there be some work you wanted to look out for, just in case we can send it your way? Just to be helpful.
I think the stables always need a spare pair of hands. So I'll probably have to go start shoveling dung.
They do seem like decent folk at the stables, at least, so I think they'll at least treat you fairly.
All right. Well, if anything
Yeah,
maybe give me a kick up the ass. I can't just stay in here all day. Worse than my husband
Right.
otherwise.
In exchange for that cheese, go out and get a job. That's the payment for the cheese. And then guys will leave.
I've already got my boots on.
Exactly.
She walks out the front door with you guys and locks up and starts heading towards the
I hope
stables.
your house hunting goes well. If you need to.
She gives you a nod, but people don't stop and talk in the middle of the street. She's already moving.
Okay then.
You know, I'm beginning to think that it might be linked to a lottery, and I really did just pull that out of my ass, but I'm beginning to think there could at least be some link.
Should we say that you guys meet up to discuss this as
Yes,
and Ashanti?
we'll go probably meet them at near the church, I guess, because it's closer to the east gate, which is the way we'd be heading out.
Yeah, all right, so
Labris
you
will
guys
be with us, just because.
All right then. Yep, you kind of bump into them as they're just leaving the House of the Morning Lord, and everyone's together now.
So we learnt that the murder isn't based to people in the trade. It's just people who have money to try and pay off the lottery.
Well, we're not 100% sure if it's to pay off the lottery, but the latest one went out a few days before the lottery with a large sum of gold and seemed quite happy. And
Should we be discussing this out here in the open?
Sorry,
I mean, we can discuss it on the road if you want. We can head out off to East Haven.
That would be a better idea. We have no idea who's listening, and that sounds like something that would get us in a lot of trouble with the local law enforcement if they're in on it.
Well, I think if they're in on it and we're talking about it, the first thing they'll do is see your dog and connect it together. So I don't think it really matters.
She's all bundled up now, ready for the road. So she's not, she's got her little coat and her boots on, much to her disgust, and so she doesn't look as much like the dog that dashed in and grabbed the knife.
I wonder how common it is for people in Icewindale cities, towns to have dogs.
Well, they probably a few of them at least have the sled dogs.
Right.
The sled dogs would be useful to a lot of them, yes.
Anyway, getting off topic. Yeah. Murders might be related to lottery. Not necessarily.
But you don't know that for sure. But
that
seems
could be related to the lottery.
Definitely people.
I think the payouts seem to be related to the lottery at least.
Yeah.
Or possibly.
Could y'all start at the beginning?
So we went to the latest person. 607 asked the children to stab him to confirm whether they were murderers potentially.
One of them.
Both of them have the capability. One more so than the other.
Are you injured?
How old were the children? That might make a difference between how deadly they are.
One was slightly older than the other.
Yeah, maybe not adult age. One was maybe, I would guess, 6 years old, and one was maybe 10 years old.
Yep, about that.
Wait, 607. I don't care about the ages. Are you injured? Are you going to be able to travel to East Haven?
I'm okay.
Oh,
he seems fine.
That's not to waste resources.
But the bit of information we found out that potentially has put us on the right path is that a few days before they died, they had a sudden meeting in the middle of the night, took a large sum of money with them, and came back an hour later without said large sum of money.
Both of them. One seemed troubled afterwards, and one seemed quite happy.
and both died shortly after the murder. Plus, all three of the towns where the murders have occurred are the towns, according to the 10-town Times, which do the lottery system.
I have
So
to
it does.
ask.
It does sound like it's related to the lottery. Payoffs are related to the lottery. The motivation behind the murders themselves are still unclear.
I know we are leagues and leagues and leagues from the jungles of Chult, but I have to ask, could this be related to drugs?
Could always be related to drugs.
But
the murderer might have been on drugs.
Yes,
Well, no, I mean,
Yeah, there's the Charlatan could have had something to do with it too.
I'm wondering if possibly the murderer is a verdant worshipper of Auril. No, I'm not saying faith. I'm wondering if possibly let me just think. If we take the theory that they tried to pay off to get out of the lottery, that involves a sacrifice to Auril. If then a worshipper of Auril found that out, killing them with a weapon which you could associate would at least be a link there. Or perhaps it's this strange creature that people have seen descend from the skies. Maybe it's that just doing it like it's like some sense thing that it's aware of.
An oral acolyte.
Possibly.
Yeah, but honestly, if I were that fanatic, I would be killing the person who accepted the money as well. There would be many deaths. The person who knew about this, the person who accepted the money, the person who re-rolled the whole thing to pick a new victim or redrew or whatever they do.
I think that leaves too much of a trail.
Unless they pay to not have their family in the lottery, but in exchange they lose their own.
Maybe.
So
Maybe
what we need
sacrifice.
what we need to do is figure out who's organizing the lotteries. So that, I mean, right? If people who make the draws or have access to whose name gets in.
Yes, I think
the sheriff. Remember, the sheriff didn't want to do a one-on-one draw with me, and he's organizing the draws.
I think our first port of call in East Haven should be to speak to the last victim, and see if a similar thing happened with them, just to make sure we're not seeing a pattern where there isn't one.
And then if so, maybe the sheriff of East Haven? If they have a sheriff, I don't know if that's just a Brinchanda thing.
Yes, so, but we need to get to East Haven. And it looks like the weather might be changing.
Yeah, I'm going to say that would have been about 2 hours until talking about. All right, because traveling as well. So you've gone from a nice light snow to, oh god, a blizzard begins to roll in, and it is windy as all hell out there. If you guys decide to travel now, you will be traveling in a blizzard.
We gotta though, aren't we?
We gotta go. Dancing lights are out.
We've got our snow goggles on. We've got. I'll be trying to, I guess, lead the way as much as possible with survival, I guess. To make sure that we stay on the road.
Prestidigitation warrants to myself, to Ashanti, and to Bits.
Okay. All right. You're at the table's mercy and the dice rolls because, first of all, if you set out from Brinchanda, it is a complete whiteout. And though there is a kind of dug out a groove where the actual road is, there is still potential for getting kind of lost out here if you were to veer off from it accidentally. Now, vision is also reduced down to like 20 foot for everyone, even with vision, like dark vision and that. But also, you're leaving quite early-ish, right? You got up, did this for 2 hours. So what time did you wake up?
Probably fairly early, like 7, 8, I guess.
7?
Early as possible.
So, yeah, we'll say 7 then. 2 hours, 9. So it is still really early in the day. So the weather could change. But
yeah.
Okay.
I would like to suggest that we all hold a rope. Or
yes,
tie
your
a
rope
rope.
idea. Tie everybody to each other. Stay on the road and tie everybody to each other.
Yeah.
And
Okay. Yeah, no, that is going to help to prevent someone from getting lost and veering away. You can all tie the rope to each other.
And I'm going to tie that onto Labrys's saddle. And me and Labrys will lead the way.
Okay, you got it. In that case, then I need whoever's heading the front and making sure this travel goes on course. I need someone to give me a survival check.
Alright. You good with me doing that, or does anyone else want to?
If you said
You're
you're leading.
probably better at it than I am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other problem. Oh wow, that's nice. The other problem is that East Haven is a long far away. In fact, it's probably one of the longest journeys from one town to another. Because the East Way from here to there, it's more like 15 or so miles. And I actually have a thing that tells me how long it will take. So from Brinshanda to East Haven. Not as bad. It's going to take about 7.5 hours, but that can get worsened by if you guys get slowed down from things. In fact, traveling in a blizzard is definitely one such setback. However, Geist, it looks as though the idea of tying everyone together makes sure that they're not getting lost. Although there's a whiteout, you can keep your eyes on the road in front of you, and you can feel the actual ground, the elevation slightly shift whenever you're getting too close to the edge of the road. And so making sure that you kind of keep on a straight line, you can use that slight slope as a line to follow and keep on going.
I like to think part of the reason why we do as well is Labrys is kind of bred for the snow, and I've got them at the front, so they're probably bred to walk these paths to some extent, so they're probably helping.
Absolutely. Okay. That's good. We're in a blizzard, but you're keeping on track. So for the next hour, you remain on the track, and you confirm that again by like making sure the road is on both sides. Just need everyone now to pass the freezing cold check. Now, it may be early. That doesn't help it though. There's only 4 hours of dim light in this place every day. And that's it's like noon basically, between the hours of like 12 and 4. Actually, I think it's about 10 and 2 actually. But in any case, it is getting freezing cold out here. Losing your feeling in your fingertips and face. Although the snow goggles protect your eyes, you can feel like the moisture like freezing around them. And I need everyone to roll a frost check to resist this.
What's the DC?
The DC in a blizzard is going to be 15 to start with.
I think Geist is fine.
That looks good.
We got a 31.
Yeah, that's nice.
I swear I rolled.
Ooh,
Brandee,
Labrys only is 17.
Brandee, add +2 to you and to Bits.
Brandee left a moment.
Said they would be right back.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
I'll make a roll for them, I guess.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean
Oh.
that we don't have access to a sheet.
Someone just roll a 1 but still get a 14. Yeah, cool. That's a fail though. Unless you cast resistance.
I will cast resistance.
Okay.
Which gives me a +1.
What was
That
the
will.
DC? What was the DC?
15 at the moment.
15.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I can get to 15. Thank goodness.
Actually
Just
probably too low.
just Ashanti now, but you'll have to roll for a Chris.
Yeah. Okay. Let's
Bits,
do
I
that.
guess, which we can do.
Yeah. Constitution. She should be fine. She's got.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's
Yeah.
Okay, and then bits. They do have +5 to this. Yeah.
And they also
they're
have
wrapped
the
up.
+2 from the.
And a +2 from me.
Okay, perfect. So that's a 21. She's feeling just fine.
It does actually have the frost. Oh, Bits' frost check thing doesn't work because they don't have the resource, right?
No, yeah, I couldn't figure that one out.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just adding it manually.
Bits Bits is at +1 Constitution, right? Yeah. Then and they've got a +5. Did you say? That's...
Yeah, they've got like a fur lining. It's like a big coat.
Yeah.
For them.
So I will set something up on my sheet for them because they have the same com mod. So I'll just that way I've got it.
Got it. Okay. Cool. That was the first hour, and it's going to take 7.5 hours to get through this. So, guess you're rolling. Everyone roll again.
7 more times.
Yeah, basically, we're going to roll again. I'm going to roll, and then I'm going to roll for a change in weather. And yeah, again, DC 15.
Okay, that's better. 23.
Oh man, I just realized the blizzard actually should give minus something to the frost check. I just read it.
Oh, too late.
Yeah, well, the blizzard gives -5 on the next frost check. All right, that's going to be for this one right now. Because you only traveled the first hour and the blizzard wasn't too bad, but as the whipping slashes cut through your body, feels like you're just being torn apart by the wind. These frozen slashes. So -5 to this, but I think still, even with that,
So
everyone's
Bits would
doing
have
just...
+2. Can resistance be cast on someone else?
Yes, as long as it's within 10 feet.
You cast resistance on Bits because I think they're one off, if my maths is right, because they have the extra +2 from.
Yeah, they would.
Yeah, it'll be 14 for Bits of that.
Yep,
So
I can give them an extra point.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then we just need
on anyone who needs it.
Then we just need Ashanti.
I'm good.
And Ashanti is good. Amazing. Okay. Despite, it looks like you've managed to weather through this blizzard, and the weather is shifting. Let's see what it is. From this blizzard to a... Oh, going off into... Oh, Lord. It went from a blizzard... yeah. Okay. The whiteout has finally given way. And the blizzard, the howling wind, finally ceases. But what you're left with is this cold, still air. Feels like everything in the world has stopped, like frozen. Even the snowflakes have stopped falling at this point. And it's just this, like I say, frozen world around you. And the air is completely still. But it is so freezing cold. It is frigid. Frigid wind. But I'm going to say that the air is just like so still. It's that cold. It's just frozen air, basically.
We're on frigid wind, okay.
You are, yeah. You went off the bottom right and then onto the top left.
Yeah.
Now, this frigid wind actually doesn't give you minuses to frost checks, but what it does do is it raises the DC of the current temperature to the next level of difficulty from the preceding temperature.
Mm-hmm.
So if it was DC 15 before, now DC 20, which is really tough. The temperature has dropped considerably low. And that's we're only on the 3rd hour right now. So with that, you got a clear path. It means you won't be getting lost anytime soon. In fact, we should have rolled for survival last. Yeah, do you want to give me a quick survival check on?
Yep.
On making sure you get the path. You got. Yeah, you good. Thankfully, even within the blizzard, looks like as the whiteout ended, you're still on the road. Thankfully, and you're making good progress. But good lord, you don't. This is a bad day for traveling. It seems. It is a worse outcome for temperature. Yeah, it's not bad for like if you're in combat, right? If you're in combat and you can't see within 20 feet of you, it's awful. But frigid winds are really bad for temperature. So it is now going to be DC 20, and I need everyone to give me another frost check.
No,
There we
that's
go.
don't
Finally.
betray me, dice.
Someone's colored their dice in like black. Like it's like void. You got the 20 on the nose. Well, that's lucky.
No, I'm more than 5 under.
You are. Okay.
I'll
You know what that
give
means?
resistance to Ashanti to get her to 20.
Oh, I haven't rolled
Bits
for her
gets.
yet. Oh, are you
Bits
back,
is-
Brandee?
Ashanti did roll. Yeah, she did roll. I think
Bits
Bits
is on.
Okay.
No, Labris is on 22, so Labris is fine.
Is resistance a
Bits-
cantrip?
Bits
Bits is
is.
heavy.
Resistance is a cantrip, yeah, and I can.
Oh,
But it's only
you
good
already
for 1
did
point.
Bits. You already did Bits. Okay, Bits is
Yep, we've
fine.
done bits. Okay, so it looks like
Bits is
only
good.
person is
Me.
Geist again.
yeah, it's Geist. Sorry, guys. You're at the front, bearing the brunt of this freezing cold wind, and everyone else is following in your wake as like this shield. Now, you get as a result of this, you do suffer frostbite. It's that horrible,
At least it's
horrible
frostbite
freezing
and not
tingling again.
hypothermia.
Yeah.
Is it just one
Now-
level of exhaustion for this?
It is one. I'm going to give you one level, but give you frostbite on top of that.
Okay.
Normally, yeah, it's either 2 levels and It's either 2 levels or a level and frostbite, and I'm going to go with that. Now, yeah, it seems over the course of 3 hours journeying through this wilderness, Brinchand long gone in the distance. You look around; it's just this complete plain of white and this dim sky above. And
Are
the
there
only
any
thing that
forests nearby? Do we see trees? Any kind of shelter?
there are sparse trees to the right of you where you remember this is actually how far you traveled before you got to the same little Chewinga forest. It's just above Goodmead. There is some shelter if you wanted to stop, but at this point, stopping it could be just as bad as continuing. You know you've got 7.5 hours before you reach East Haven, and if you dally, it might fall to nightfall, and then that will drop the temperature even more. But if you want to gather some logs or something for wood for fire, that's also an option.
Well,
Do we want to stop,
But,
or do we want to just?
stopping is more time in the outside.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I'll light
don't
a
love it.
torch to help keep me warm.
Mm.
No, we have a tent or something if we need to rest, though, right?
You do. 2-person tent.
So we should probably just carry on.
Should probably just keep going. Yeah.
Okay,
Keep going for now.
you keep going. And Geist,
I'm lighting
you
a
begin
torch.
to develop. Okay, yeah, light a torch.
Because that's an extra +2 to my next check.
Got it. Okay. Also want you to roll me a... This isn't a frost check, but roll me a constitution save, guys. And could you blind roll it? Oh, never mind.
Oh.
Yeah, too late. Okay, it's a 5. Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
How do we blind roll?
You select it just above the chat. There's a little field, like a drop down. And there's a...
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah. I might have to change the text color because it's really hard to see. But yeah, it says private, public, yada yada. For now though, that's fine. It's out in the open. We see the 5. Oof. And your dice are like the void.
Right, really? Am I that bad? I'll change them if they're causing issues.
No. I think it's 607's dice. They're like black.
Why
Black,
are we,
the blackest black.
why are we rolling
Like
blind?
Vanta black. No.
No.
It's only. All right. Hold on. It's only Wealgeist who's rolling this Constitution save. So don't worry about that one. 607, you're good.
But ignore mine.
It's just Geist who's at the front and rolling back.
The black. I like the black.
I can't see anything on your dice. It's just black.
No, it's fine for me. It's black with grey writing. It's quite stand out for me.
The writing is supposed to be metallic. The letters the numbers are supposed to be like metallic.
Okay, it might just be a bug for me.
So how do we roll blind again?
Okay, so in the bottom right, you see there's a little field that says public roll in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, you select that.
Put blind, blind GM roll.
So the public is obviously what you're doing right now. Private GM roll will be between me and you. We're the only ones who can see the roll. Blind means not even you know what the roll is. Only the GM knows.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Self-roll is just rolling to yourself.
That's right, yeah. You can just roll dice. Like, yeah, I'm in the corner rolling dice, building a dice tower, yeah. So, okay. There's another frost check in this freezing weather as well, isn't there? And then the weather will shift. So let's do one more frost check before the weather gets out of this freezing cold, frigid wind. So
DC still 20?
It is still DC 20. And I think at this point as well, you're coming up to noon. Was it 9, 10, 11, 12? Actually, take that back. It should be DC 15 because now it's noon, where there is a slight bit of dim light that counteracts. So it's actually DC 15.
Thank God for that.
Did everyone pass? Oh my God! Did everyone pass?
No, you did. You did, Ashanti. You got 17.
It went up to
down to 15.
Yeah, because it just the slight dim light permeates the horizon, and it doesn't seem to ever get any higher. Like the sun never peeks out from behind the sea of moving ice. You're just sort of left in this dim, dreary landscape, but it does provide some temperature, just a little ambient heat. Let's call it not heat, but lack of cold. Enough so that it seems to counteract the frigid winds and just becomes DC 15. So it looks like everyone's good. I will say though, guys, that over the course of this hour, you start to develop a little bit of a cough. It just sort of keeps tickling the back of your throat. Keeps getting worse and more uncomfortable as this hour goes. And this time you can blind roll me another Constitution save.
Oh no!
Is it Geist again?
No, just Geist. So
Geist.
only I can see that. All right. Perfect. Okay, Geist. The cough. It gets worse. Now you're hacking, and everyone can hear it. The kind of conversation is stilled at this point, as everyone's traveling, just trying to get through this. But the only thing you can hear in this frigid landscape is the hacking cough ahead, right at the front of the group, as your throat becomes slowly more and more uncomfortable. And at one point, you see him sputter and like fall to one knee, and he has to pick himself back up.
"607, I love the fact that you're keeping me warm, but can you heat up like a cup of water so we can make him a tea or something he could drink? I don't
Sure.
know
Give me
if
some. Give me some water,
okay.
and I can warm it
Uh,
up.
I will say, can we halt for 1 minute? And
Mhm.
take off my pack, rummage around, get my cup out of my mess kit, pack it full of a bunch of snow, and hand it over to 607.
I will prestidigitation off of Ashanti and onto the cup to warm up the water and melt it and make it ready
And
for possibly
Hulla,
some sort of tea.
Hulla, did you say you had tea on you?
I do. Well, I have ginger for tea. Yeah, we can make something.
Okay. Then I think adding ginger probably is a good idea. We'll add we'll brew a ginger tea and then say, Geist, I know you may not like the taste of it, but drink.
I wish I had
He
honey. Ugh.
he will drink it as best he can.
Okay,
Okay.
hopefully that'll help warm him up on the inside. And I'll repack everything but leave the cup on the very top of my pack just in case we need to do this again. And say, okay,
It is hard to drink this when you are constantly hacking and sputtering.
mm,
You know, when you're trying to breathe in between
yeah,
coughs, you're trying to
Yeah.
drink in between coughs, and you've got to spill a little bit and spurt some out, and then it feels like something like goes into the back of your lungs, like it just immediately puts you into a coughing fit, and
he inhaled it.
it's some bit of it, yeah, some bit of it,
Oh,
but it's not that bad. It's only like a drip, but it didn't look like that bad. He only like sipped it, right? It didn't like chug it. But in that one moment, it looks like an absolute disaster. Like it's being played off as like he is really coughing and hacking it up.
I don't think that helped as much as we were hoping.
damn,
It's
because
something feels like there's something almost at the back of your throat, as it kind of you can feel it like the water pouring down it. And it just sort of goes over that part which is uncomfortable, and it just gets even worse and worse. And you see him like drop to the floor in this coughing fit.
damn it. Well, okay, y'all, I'm not attacking him. This is uh
Why would you
work
attack him?
medicine. I'm gonna walk over and start pounding his Geist back. Wham! Wham! Wham!
Really? Okay. Yeah, okay. Then in that case,
That is all
You need to.
medicine.
It's work medicine.
Isn't that just using force?
Yes, but maybe I can,
Is he
the
choking on something?
yeah, I
it
don't
looks
know.
like it, yeah.
Hmm.
I'm dragging into this map real
He's
quick. And this one should have dim light because it's noon. So
What?
let me just check that.
What's that
I
thing where you grab him and squeeze his stomach?
The Heimlich?
it's
Right?
it's called abdominal thrusts. Heimlich is no longer what it's called.
Okay,
Oh,
abdominal
Oh
thrust.
yeah, his abdominal thrust doesn't sound like it could be anything bad at all.
it sounds
Well,
kind of wrong.
it's a different
Yeah.
technique actually.
I'm going
I
to give you an
It's not the
abdominal
same
thrust.
technique.
Yeah, you will.
All right. Okay. I will say then this can be a medicine check. Go ahead.
me?
Whoever's doing the abdominal thrusts on poor
I'm
Geist.
not. Okay, I was just whacking him on the back.
Oh,
So
okay.
if
Then
607 is doing an abdominal thrust,
I
I
am
think
not. That's Julian speaking.
I have
Oh,
no clue how to do it, but I
I-
suggested it because maybe while I was out at a meal in Weep, someone did it, and I have no clue how to do it. So I've
Okay.
just I'm copying
Hulla's gonna step forward. All right, I can do it.
Oh, you can. Okay.
Out of character, I do know how to do it properly.
Guys, in this moment of like
I don't
back
know
and
whether
forth,
in character I know how to do this properly, but
this like quick back and forth between the characters whilst you're choking, you're hacking so hard, and that massive pat on the back is when you suddenly feel something in your throat stick. Like you cough so hard, it's like it suddenly just gets clogged up, and you begin to choke. What's your constitution? You have 12.
Yep.
You can't breathe. You have 2 rounds before you. Actually, it's 3. So it's 2 plus 1.
Hulla goes up and goes behind and puts her hands on his hips and sort of uses her thumbs to measure out where the center of his abdomen would be, and is going to do
right below the rib cage.
Not center vertically, not horizontally, but just right below, right where that's supposed to be, and uses the knuckle of her thumb to really dig in there, and is going to do a couple of thrusts.
Give me a medicine check. And guys, you are choking. You can't even call out for help or tell them to stop, or even tell Hulla to do anything else. But he has come over and grabs you around where she described and begins to do their best. A 12, guys.
Guidance.
Okay, yeah, guidance.
Come on.
Go ahead. 13.
Discord chat has 13. the proper technique, by the way. I just posted it.
Another. It's still needed.
Okay. Guys, how many times do you do this, Hulla? Just like 3? Or
3 or 4, yeah.
Okay. You do that, and then you're letting go, or you...
And then I'm going to see if it helps, and I'm going to pat him on the back again. Like,
okay.
At the bottom, sort of mid back.
Guys, you can't breathe. It is like a moment of sheer panic, as whatever's in your throat feels like it's rising up and completely clogged up the back of your throat. And the movement with that around your waist, you feel something uncomfortably like shift and like wriggle, almost as if your muscles are sort of convulsing or cramping. And it kind of feels like it rises up right into the back of your throat and sticks there. And you see Geist fall again to the floor. He's unable to stand. He falls into the snow as you're patting him on the back.
Hold him up. We're gonna try the dwarven technique then.
Which is hold him up by his ankles and shake him?
No, hold him up. I'm gonna try and wind him, knock the wind out of him, and hopefully it'll push whatever's in there out.
Oh my god. Okay.
So with the butt of my hammer, I'm just gonna.
Yeah, go ahead. Guys, are you trying to dodge out of the way of this? You have basically 2 rounds left.
No, Geist is at the moment. I don't think he's quite capable, and I think he's almost looking at Hulla with a sort of almost focusing on her more than anything.
It's non-lethal. I'm just knocking the wind out of him, so he gasps forwards.
You got it. Okay. Tell you what, then just roll a hit.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Sounds like you're gonna have to hit her pretty hard. So.
Well, I'm prone, probably.
Oh yeah, you're prone. Roll advantage.
Okay.
Doesn't seem like you're hitting the right spot, but the armor is also protecting where you're actually trying to hit. He's got leather armor padded there.
Take the armor.
Yeah. Yeah, right now he's not got time. He literally is choking to death.
All right, I cast Cure Wounds. I don't know if this is going to help, but I cast Cure Wounds.
Okay. Target him. Cure Wounds.
You're curing him. I'm still hitting him.
I mean, this is to recover hit points. I don't know if it's going to help at all.
Yeah.
But
I'll continue to try and.
I don't know what else to do.
Guys, as you feel the magic of. What is your describe your magic again for us, Hulla? What does Cure Wounds look like from a god of Hades?
This is really not related to the Hades bit, but it looks like warmth. It looks like
Warmth.
like little flicks of flame, and it
Mm.
feels like sinking into a warm bath. Just a little,
Okay.
just a wash of warm skin.
Okay. Guys, as this washing sensation comes over you, healing any potential wounds that you do have, you suddenly feel a moment of breath enter into your lungs, enough that you can manage to cough something, and whatever it is, it's like you can feel it. It's this foreign object in your throat, and it's rising up and up closer to the back of your throat before you hack out one massive final cough, and a piece of flesh flies out of your mouth
Oh.
and falls
Ugh.
into the snow in front of you, where
What
Barry is
colour?
with a hammer.
What color is the flesh?
That would be a medicine check.
What color is the flesh?
Like it's black. It's black.
Hmm.
Oh,
And a
that was
natural
blind
20.
roll.
That's a natural 20. Okay. No, yeah, you got a natural 20 right there. Well, I was gonna say this is being very hard to identify due to it being like blackened and frostbitten, but from where you could tell it was in your throat, you could have probably told them the whole time what was really happening, but you were just choking up. That, as you're looking at it and examining it, guys, with a natural 20, you understand exactly what this is. This is a frostbitten piece of your larynx
Ooh.
that detached from your innards.
Um.
Can he talk now?
Yes.
Thanks. Yeah.
Its voice is
my
slightly hoarse.
God, is that normal?
In
I've
the
never seen a human do that before.
Is that
Bitch,
is that
leave
what
it.
normally happens in the north here?
if you get
Only been here.
if you heard of frostbite, right?
No.
Yes.
Yeah. Sometimes it's not just like it affects your fingers and stuff; it can affect the insides too. No. And in this case, yeah, that's from what I can tell a piece of my larynx. I'll be
Oh
fine.
I'm impressed you can
God.
tell which organ it is. My God.
Got natural
That's
20.
I what you've dissected enough animals, you can learn to detect bits.
good gravy. Are you gonna be okay?
I'll be
Should
fine.
we?
I might ride Labras for a bit.
Yep.
Just in
Yep.
case.
You do that. Nobody's gonna question that. Nobody's gonna have a problem with that at all.
And I'm just gonna sort of ride Labras, but sort of be like huddled up to it, sharing body warmth. And I'd probably
How
put out
much-
my
how
torch
much-
at this point.
How much can Labyrinth carry?
Quite a lot. Was it like
It
400
was
or
like
something?
420 pounds, I think it was.
How much
Weighs
do you
it?
weigh? How much do you weigh, Geist?
I weigh 200 pounds. But that's probably not including my equipment, which is another 132, so 332.
I was gonna have Bits ride up with you, because Bits can be very warm, but
How heavy is Bits?
Bits is I think I said 150.
Yeah, that's probably not going to work.
Yeah.
But I'll be fine. I'm not sure how easy it'd be to keep a dog on board, but thank you for the offer.
Ashanti,
Yes.
while we
Yes.
continue on, should I transfer some of my prestidigitation warmth to Geist from
Would
you
you-
or Bits?
Would you transfer it from me, please?
Will do.
Hmm.
Geist, you're going to have +2 to whatever you normally roll for frost check.
Okie dokie. And I no longer have my torch out, so I don't think I could ride and have the torch out. And I probably dropped the torch with the coughing and spluttering.
Yeah, you probably did.
I can relight the torch as well.
Okay. You light the torch back up.
Okay, which would put me at a 14 then, because torch +2, and I think it's everyone within like quite close proximity to the torch also gets the heat, right?
Yeah, but the way you're kind of like in single file marching,
Oh,
I think everyone would need to have their own
I was thinking for Labrys because I'm on Labrys.
Oh, for Labrys, yeah, sure. Yeah. Though, it does seem as though the frigid cold has now finally abated, and when you breathe in Geist, it's much easier air to swallow. It is now just a light snow.
Unlike the
perfect.
Torch, then.
Yeah, perfect weather basically for traveling, especially at this time as well. But Geist, as you've sat back up, you feel a pain deep in your kind of stomach, sternum area. You're not sure if it's from Barritomus, where he hit you with a hammer and you got a light bruise there, or something else. But it was kind of like a stabbing pain, like an uncomfortable, like shift in your innards. But that one, you can tell, that one was not in your throat. This one was like deep inside you, like.
Yeah, he
close call.
Hits himself on that area a couple of times, which is a general thing that he's done anyway, like throughout most of the journey every now and then, but probably a bit more deliberate this time.
All right. With that, you're at least over halfway through your journey. I think you're 4 hours in. Now, you can actually probably just not have to worry about this because most of you have got enough. But it's just DC 10 for this one. I'm pretty sure the only one who could possibly fail is like Bits, maybe.
Also, everybody should,
yeah,
out of character, everybody should go and take some first aid lessons. These are important skills to have.
I was trying to get work to send me on a course for them.
It just
totally
Bits.
Agree.
I've done CPR.
Oh my god!
You're fine. Honestly, this is the easiest frost check. It's noon. It's only light snow. It's only DC 10, so you pretty much all passed effectively. What else? Bits? Does Bits rolled?
Yeah.
Yep,
I just rolled.
It's got 19.
Perfect. In that case, this next hour is finally some reprieve from this weather, and I'm gonna say just roll one more for Bits as well for the next hour. And I think Labrys.
Labrys has a +10.
Okay, never mind. You're good. And so is Bits. All right. So we're now 4, 6, 7. Oh, you're basically 5, 6. There's only 1 hour, an hour and a half left in this journey to go. If you're wondering why there's no random encounters yet, because you guys kind of got lucky, and I rolled one at a particular time, which has not come up. So this journey almost feels like you're just walking this completely abandoned continent, like no one lives here, just like there's no life in sight. But then, finally, way off in the distance, you actually begin to see a smoke trail rising up over the horizon. Now, that would signal civilization, but this is like a black smoke. It's not like that friendly chimney misty smoke. No, we're talking like something's burning that shouldn't be. But it is just a single trail. But its black presence is clearly in stark contrast to the white snow in this area, and it kind of makes you a little bit weary as to what is really going on over there. And as that happens, we just went from light snow to another blizzard. To another blizzard, really. Okay, well, you've only got 1 hour in this blizzard, so let's get out of it quick. The final frost check of this travel is going to be, wait, is it 12? You travel? Yeah, the temperature falls back down, I guess. And because of the blizzard, it makes this at -5. So yeah, we're talking one last final check at DC 20. And I need a
20.
Yes.
Smashed. Smashed.
Yeah.
Good. Nice. And Odit. Hulla. Odit. You might be able to get resistance to help you.
I can get resistance. That's still only 1 point.
Ah, okay. Plus precipitation. No, that's not going to help. You're right. Okay.
Yep.
Hulla, you take 1 level of exhaustion as
Oof.
you finally feel you feel as though you can't feel your feet. They have just completely turned into slabs of ice that you're dragging through the snow. Your nose has got a massive icicle hanging from it, and you're just following this rope. That's all you've got is this rope is your lifeline pulling you through. Whoever's in front of them feels like they're actually dragging Hulla occasionally, like yanking them through the snow as they're lagging. But otherwise, they're still on their own 2 feet.
Just slowing down a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Which makes
It's fine.
it...
We're almost there, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can see... Well, actually, from the blizzard, it just whited out that smoke trail. But you're only half an hour away in terms of like walking pace, which is slowed slightly by Hulla, because now you're down to like 20 feet of movement. If anything, Geist could swap out on the outspeak.
Geist will slide down, seeing that Hulla has slowed, and beckon them to get up on, because it gets us out the cold slightly quicker.
It will. Okay, so I'm not going to make you roll for one last check because it's like on the edge of another check. It's going to normally checks like at the end of an hour, and you're going to be arriving there about 40 minutes. So you made really good pace. You're only about like 10 or 20 minutes over what your estimated time was, and you didn't encounter any dangers, just a horrible medical situation. But you will hear a distant call over the night sky that signals that gigantic rock somewhere in the distance. But you've made it to East Haven before it perhaps prowled on you in the middle of the tundra. So, East Haven. Okay. Let's drag you to the map.
More quests.
More question coming. Kill that cheery music. Because it ain't looking cheery right now. It's always here. Alright. East Haven.
Maybe the baby's the murderer. It's just taunting us.
Walking into East Haven is like stepping into Icewindale's past. The place is a living example of the boomtown way of life that gripped all of 10 towns perhaps centuries ago. But in the generations since, as other towns have settled into a predictable pattern of existence, it seems as though East Haven has continued to grow and reinvent itself. And it seems as though it's evolved into a frontier trader's paradise, but in doing so, fueling the jealousy of its neighbors. The one thing you still can see in the distance, despite this this blizzard, which might be letting up now anyway, is this one black trail of smoke, and it seems to be coming from the center of town. And as you're walking in, you can't see anyone around. There's no lights on in any of the houses. There's just one sign swinging from a nearby tavern in the wind, and you catch the text on it. It says, "Watched by a pouch."
Oh, that's cheery.
Right now, I'd sleep in a barn to get out of this weather.
Is that
What time of day is it?
Is that the name of the tavern, or is that?
No, there is the tavern name. This one is called the Wet Trout, but there is, as you're moving further in, another tavern you spot that also has another similar sign hanging from it that says "Watch thy pouch" as well.
Maybe it's like a tavern guild called the Watch Thy Pouches.
Maybe it's like a public service thing.
Maybe it's a warning to watch our pouches.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
that does mean if we do pickpocket people, then it's just part and parcel. They should have been watching their pouches better.
Or maybe we can be a bit more positive. Maybe it's like a lottery where some day you wake up, you look at your pouch, and there's more money in there because you win.
That would be nice.
You know?
Have you been with us through the last two towns where they murdered people?
Well,
what?
I don't think lotteries are in the cards.
No, I mean there's a lottery. There'll be a lottery here. We know that.
Or has the lottery already taken place, and
different
that's what
kind of
that
lottery.
fire is?
Oh.
Oh dear.
We should go check on the fire then. Wait.
No, let's
Well,
get
I'm gonna
Geist out of the cold.
let's go. Yeah, let's go find some place to rest first and warm up before we start any investigating.
Yeah. Oh no. What if they burn the person here instead of sending them out?
That was honestly my thought.
Because there's no wall, so they can't send them out of the walls.
And in this way, it would maybe that's their way of we want to bring back the heat, so we will sacrifice this victim by heat.
Oh, that's gruesome. That's pretty nasty.
The 10 towns can be a gruesome place.
We don't know. We don't know exactly what it is yet. We're just surmising. Maybe we're very dark.
I mean, I almost died like a couple of hours ago, so excuse me for my dark humor.
Yeah, but you choked on yourself. No one else did that to you.
Technically, Oriel did.
That's religion. And we don't know if that exists either. It's just speculation. No offense.
True. I mean, I'm not a religious person. Though this Hades fellow that Hulla worship seems, at least their priests have helped me. So
yeah, they seem pretty good. They're
well,
good.
he's going to help you anyway. Whenever you get down to one level of exhaustion. Are you there yet, by the way?
Yeah, no, we did that already.
We did that already? Okay.
Yeah. I'm at one level of exhaustion at the moment again because of that. That's my first time.
With frostbite.
Yeah,
specifically in the throat.
Yep.
But yeah,
Hope you enjoyed that. Hope you enjoyed that little false alarm.
I didn't even realize that was a thing that could actually happen, but I imagine it is.
Right? I've been listening to some horror stories to get inspiration.
Wow.
Now, but yeah, we're probably gonna try to look for a tavern or a.
Okay, so the Wet Trout is one of the biggest looking taverns you can see in this place. As you head up to it, you can see the doors are shut. There is a sign on the inside of the window. It very visibly says closed. And the doors are locked as you try to open them.
Wait.
What kind of tavern closes? Who ever heard of such a thing?
Wait.
Right.
Let me just check something a moment. Pulls out the Phantom 10 Towns newspaper. Because I swear there was something about that in there. Now that I'm...
How'd you open the 10 Towns newspapers again?
It's in the frozen logbook thing.
Frozen.
All others are encouraged to snuff your fires and leave what food you can out overnight. East Haven plans on holding a competition of snow carving to appease Oriel. Give those with light fingers a new avenue for their ability. Doesn't seem like they're getting ready for snow carving. But now I'm wondering if those with light fingers was literally thieves based on the sign.
You can see inside that the hearth is actually still lit, but no one's inside, and looking around, there's no one to even give you answers to what's going on here. The frozen lake also has every single ship docked. There's no sign of movement.
So is this
Only thing is this trail of smoke from the center of town.
So if the taverns are closed, does that mean we just need to find a way in?
There is an inn.
Or
oh, there is
like
an inn.
Fanny
Never mind.
suggested, there's an inn.
Oh, we'll look for the inn then.
There is another inn.
All the taverns and the inns were kind of the same thing.
They sort of are. Well, there's a taverns are more for drinking, but the inn is more for actually staying in there. The inn is called the White Lady Inn, and it's near the dock. There is again signs that someone's been recently in here. You can see through the windows that there's still some mugs on the side of the tables that haven't been cleared away, and there is a sign. This one doesn't say closed, but rather looks like a little notice that someone's wrote out and says, "Be back in an hour, watching the execution."
Oh, was I right?
Of course it is.
In which case, do we head there and see what's happening? Because I have a feeling we're not going to be getting to any inns or towns.
Do we really want to go watch an execution?
Well, we might be able to find out if the execution is for the sacrifice from the lot, or if it's something else. Maybe they caught the murderer.
Right, it'll probably be over by the time we get out there. Maybe we just see if there's, I don't know, stables or something.
Well, from where you are, it's only about 1,000 feet from where you are. You can see the smoke trail.
I'll go investigate the smoke.
Yeah, I guess we're going investigating this.
Yeah,
but there is also there is actually a stable, Ashanti. Though I will say you probably noticed it as you were coming in. It was on the right and pretty obvious. So there is a stable, but just letting you know, you're only 1,000 feet from this supposed execution. That's the stable there.
Let the guys go investigate. I want to get bits out of the wind a little bit.
Yeah.
I'll ask you to take elaborate. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll take the animals.
Hulla, as you're suffering as well, do you want to go with them? I think I'm good for now.
I'll go with the indoor group.
Okay. You got it.
I'm feeling the cold a little bit.
Let's split the party up there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, split the party.
Stables may not be totally indoors, but at least we can hunker down behind some walls out of the wind.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, I'm not in a fighting mood right now. I think hanging out where it's at least out of the storm is sounded pretty good.
All right. You do enter into the stables, but I'll come back to you in a minute and find shelter.
Okay.
As for the other three, you edge closer and closer. And as you round the twisting bends of streets in East Haven before finally coming to the town center, you can start to see a crowd of people huddled around a great bonfire. Except they're not burning wood. There is a body tied to a post. And it is burning. It is already on fire, and the wind sort of slightly shifts, and you catch a whiff of burning flesh and hair that sends your stomach reeling. And everyone around is just watching in complete silence. And I'll show you the handout.
Oh, there's a handout. Oh, why?
Animated handout too.
They're all just watching, and you can see some people are like rubbing their hands together and like they put them out as if they're warming their hands by a fire, but it's in front of a burning body.
Jeezy, that's grim. Why?
You have to kind of get up to the back. Some people are trying to like shoulder in and try to get closer to the fire, even though there's a very clear view of this spectacle happening. People just want to get close for the warmth.
Only there was a way to put out the fire. I don't have a means of doing that. That is rough.
I do, but
Those-
maybe not one that big.
607. Your passive perception's the highest, isn't it? Oh no, it's
Is
guys.
it? No, it's
Sorry,
gotta be the
Yeah.
my
lowest.
bad. It's guys.
Mine's
It's guys.
16.
You can actually see from the picture, but I'll point it out just to doubly point it out. It is a human by the looks, but the flames kind of wrap up and over their face. You can't really see much more than that. The only other distinguishing thing about this person is they have a wide-brimmed, pointy hat, much like that of a witch or wizard, like proper stereotypical like Gandalf-looking hat.
I'm just gonna lean over to someone in the crowd, like the nearest person, and be like, I realize this is an execution, but I've just arrived. What did they do?
Someone turns around. Huh? Oh. They're kind of in a whispered, hushed tone as well. They say, that was a wizard. One of the red wizards of Thay, they say. They found guilty of killing a bunch of expedition members. But not just that. People seem to think that they may have been tied to the other murders.
Huh.
When did you find this out that this person was tied to the murderers? Because there was a murder in the other town 2 days ago.
We heard
What was it
word.
called?
Yes. There is a theory that perhaps East Haven was next. And rather than risk it, someone getting executed, someone getting murdered, the guards decided to get ahead of the curve, and Speaker Whalen announced this one to be executed.
Did you ask them if they were the murderer?
Well, they waltzed into town not too long ago, and they were supposed to have returned with an expedition. That's when the investigation was launched. And sure enough, they found the expedition dead, murdered by magic. They look, as they say that, they look over you as if checking you out. Like, is there any like wizard things amongst you? But I don't think there is. Barry, you just have a chainmail and a hammer. The other two look like they're just built for cold weather, and unless there's any obvious magical things about. I mean, actually, you're a warforged. I guess he just looks at you for a moment as he says, "Yeah, you clearly killed by like magic." He just looks at you.
Was there? Do you mind if I ask on a separate but related topic? A merchant caravan that came in maybe yesterday afternoon.
Yes, Torgs. They've set up shop near a row of houses. Actually, no, it's on the outskirts. We're gonna say like over here, but they know where. It's on a big mound of snow. And they say, yeah, to the south of here. If you follow that road, right here,
Fantastic.
you'll find them.
I believe I have some business with them. I'm not a wizard, by the way.
They look at you for a moment, like, and narrow their eyes. And as you say that, there's a couple of other people that are in the crowd, like, look around, like, over their shoulder at you as you say, I'm not a wizard. And as people are staring at you, one person who's actually up on a kind of not a podium, but like on a higher stand looks over towards you. She is a older, looks like a half elf, and she's got graying hair tied back in a bun. She's actually wearing armor, looks like militant, and she's gonna got a chiseled looking pair of eyes that just narrow and look towards you. She says, "You're travelers, outsiders.
Yes.
You just arrived, yes?"
Yes. Literally just now saw the smoke, saw the fact that the inns weren't open, and so came towards where there would be heat. And to find out exactly what the reason for the execution was, because I didn't know.
Yes, I sent a message out to the whole of East Haven. This was to be witnessed. Just so you know that what happens to people who turn on 10-towners, what happens to outsiders who come in here and try to buy our trust, only to murder us.
Talk is cheap. Action is how you earn trust.
Yeah, we're not looking to buy your trust at all. We're gonna keep our money. Thanks.
I'm Captain Imdra. Alagath. She announces, and you can see everyone remains silent throughout this whilst she actually addresses you, almost as if she actually has like a well-respected kind of nature in this town. And she says, "Have you seen any of these other wizards? Apparently, this one wasn't working alone. We have reason to believe they came here as a group, but then split off.
What do they look like?"
This one, he was bald. He had face tattoos, and he wore this robes, pointy wizard hat. He didn't look like a red wizard at first. Obviously, that would have been too obvious, but there was a few tells.
Why would a person that uses magic make themselves look like they use magic? That seems really stupid.
Well, magic isn't outlawed, but everyone knows that red wizards are known for powerful necromancy. They're an organization shrouded in secrets. Red wizards are dangerous. They have an empire out far to the east. Apparently their leaders are liches and other undead abominations. Whatever he was here for probably was something bad, considering he murdered the expedition he was with.
So if
Either...
How did you capture him then if he murdered a whole expedition?
He came back into town, probably trying to hire another expedition. We launched an investigation, found out where the other expedition had led, and sure enough, shallow graves, all of them. Julian, you wanted to chip in here?
Yeah, while this is going on, I want to just take a look around the crowd to see if I spot Avarice or anybody that looks like one of her minion follower people.
Yeah, give me a perception check. And she's asking you if you've seen them. So if there's someone's here in like plain sight, that'd be crazy. But go ahead and give me a perception check anyway.
Well, they might be hiding. They might not be.
True, they could. At 18, you see around the crowd, everyone has got furs, cold weather clothing, hoods up, and gloves on. Though there's some different heights. You can see dwarves. There's halflings huddled around here. Can't see. There are actually a couple of tieflings, I will say, but ones with like curled horns, and they're not curling in the same direction as Avarice's were. These are like curling forward. others have straight or twisty horns, and they're just not matching. And the other thing is, you notice there is one individual who's not wearing any cold weather clothing at all. He's kind of wearing like how would you describe it? He's wearing kind of like leathers. Where's the? It's like a sailor's. Looks like almost like a sailor's get up, but not for this kind of weather. Short cut hair, but he's the only one not wearing cold weather clothing. It looks like everyone else is.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, Barry. You was talking
Yeah.
back with Captain.
I forgot what I was saying.
He was asking why would you something about magic, but she was explaining that it's only red wizards that they're on the lookout for. They're dangerous wizards.
Oh yeah, if this is such a dangerous wizard, how did you manage to capture him?
There's a lot of us, and we didn't just walk up to him and just arrest him. No, we had reason to believe this was a man who was dangerous, and so I apprehended him myself. And we have our ways to deal with wizards.
Oh.
She reaches into a belt pouch and pulls out a garrote, and then brings it taut.
Strangle though. I see.
And with that, you can start to see this sort of the flames starting to die out, leaving behind this burnt, crisped husk. And with that, people do start to be seemingly filing away one by one. And you can see there is another man standing next to Captain Imdra. And he seems to be just eyeing you guys up as well. He's, again, heavy furs on, kind of a chin strap beard, receding hairline. Huddling for the last few embers, but he seems like he's looking at you guys, waiting for the rest to sort of filter out.
So if we come across any wizards, we put a rope around the neck.
Don't let them speak. They will put a curse on you. As the last few filter away, you see this man head towards you, and so does the captain. And he begins to introduce himself. Greetings. It's freezing out here. My name is Speaker Whalen. I'm the leader here in East Haven, and I'm afraid, sorry to say, you had to see that. It's not good timing for newcomers in this town. But what the captain here is saying is true, and we have proof. We've got several of the wizard's belongings that seem to match the description of the way the expedition died. In any case, welcome to East Haven. If you're looking for a place to stay, I recommend the White Lady Inn. The proprietor is probably returning to it now. But
just
yes.
to confirm, as obviously this person you believe was associated with the murders that have been occurring, did a second murder occur here, or do you believe he's caught the culprit before it will occur?
The apprehension of the wizard, and making the decree and tying him to the stake and all this, I'm afraid that set back the lottery draw a day. So that is still planned to take place, but as of now, it's been pushed back. We'll probably have to do it tomorrow. We've had enough death for one day.
Do you know where we could find a good trapper around here?
A trapper? There's a few.
Hmm.
We mostly have fishermen here. Not really one for catching game.
Hmm.
But we also had suspicion to believe, like you're mentioning the murder. We did have suspicion to believe that anyone coming into town could be the murderer, as perhaps East Haven would be their next target. But so far only this wizard. You newcomers and a caravan of merchants. I suppose only time will tell whether we've really caught the murderer or not. We can only pray that this murderer was the one and the same.
It would be good if you had caught them.
Would save a lot of trouble and stress. But I'm not going to be able to rest easy until perhaps a 10-day has passed. Then we'd know for sure.
Mm.
In any case, if you have any questions, you can come to my house. It is the longhouse on the edge of the marketplace there. We're we're a strong town. We have, as I say, strict rules in place, and swift retribution when we know our own have been hurt. But there is one law you should know about whilst you're staying here. You see, East Haven was founded by thieves from the Duchy of Cape Velen, on the peninsula far to the south. But they refused to kowtow to powerful thieves guilds and were driven out. To this day, East Haven honors its shady founders by declaring pickpocketing legal within the town's limits. That'll explain the signs you probably saw on the way in.
Ah, so it's interesting. So watch thy pouch, because if someone does pickpocket you, it's your own fault.
Precisely.
On the topic of light-fingered people, when is, or assuming it hasn't been cancelled, when is your snowman or snow sculpting carving competition?
Ah, yes, of course. Sorry, we've been caught up in all of this grisly business. After the lottery is drawn, we will resume our normal festivities. And before he speaks, another 10-towner nearby who's still filtering off says, "And what about the ferry? When can we get back out there? I got family to go travel to the other towns, and I'm not traveling in that blizzard out there." And Speaker Wayland says, "Again, I'm sorry, but have you not seen the river? The lake? It's completely frozen over." Ah! He seems to, like, throw a huff before, like, walking off. Apologies, yes, with the lake frozen over, we've had to suspend the ferry's operation as well. So if you're looking for a quick way to across, then I'm afraid you're going to have to take the roads. But you seem like hardy folk. If you made it here from, where did you say you was?
We just came from Bryn Shander.
Yeah, then you shouldn't have much trouble. Just keep to the roads. Watch out for crag cats.
Yep. And watch out for half-naked berserkers.
He raises an eyebrow.
Now we had to fight one on one of our journeys.
Captain Indra speaks up and describe to me what this berserker looked like.
Tall, not wearing much, had angry. Was fighting a dwarf.
They've succumbed to some sort of hypothermia, maybe lost their mind.
Possibly.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Hmm.
I mean, they do say sometimes when you get really, really cold that you start to feel really, really hot, so you have the desire to remove clothing in order to cool yourself down.
Yes. Not the first time we've heard of that. All right.
Sometimes you get so cold you cough up a piece of yourself.
Yes, I've heard that can happen.
I'll make a notice to keep watch. Thank you for that information.
Yeah. I'm just gonna ask, have you seen anyone quoting about any like strange black crystal?
She narrows her eyes and says, "We have heard reports of that. What do you know?"
Well, from what we've seen, it seems to have a deteriorating effect on people if exposed. At least that's what some guy we met said.
I have heard people in this town come across this strange crystal, and as it happens, we have some in our possession as well. But we have kept a distance.
That would probably be wise. Maybe if you have any spellcasters or like smart people you can trust, maybe have them look at it. I guess because
you see, Speaker Wayland says it's not dangerous. I've been near it. Hasn't affected me. I'm still right of mind.
Have you touched it?
Well, yes, we've handled it.
Have you handled it for extended periods of time?
Well, suppose not. I'm not like handling it every day. Not something I keep on my person, but we do have a sizable chunk of it.
That might be what's making the difference. That you're only holding it for a short amount of time rather than a. I mean, I might just be speculating based on rumors and just, best to be safe than sorry, especially with everything else going on. And what I've heard, it looks like a corrupted ice almost. So, with everything going on ice-wise.
I thought it looked like quite a fancy mineral, like like an obsidian or an onyx. It makes a nice statue either way.
You've got a statue of the stuff? It didn't look. From what I've heard, it seemed like quite fragile stuff. Amazing, it could be carved into anything.
It can. Blacksmiths here did a fantastic job.
Interesting.
Not part of the Black Blades, are they?
Oh no. Goodness. Thank God we don't have to deal with them here.
Yeah.
No, we've got good smithies here and stonemasons, and no, they carved up the piece. It was one massive piece. We'd carved it up into a statue, but well, yeah.
Cool.
He seems to stop mid-sentence.
Anyway.
Hey, what was there a statue of?
A god. You can roll on inside checks.
No.
Yeah, it's not bad rolls. Yeah, he seems to be suddenly a bit like cagey on the subject now that you're like prying into it, and especially since you've told him that it's apparently dangerous.
Maybe we can see it at some point. I actually am a bit of a stone carver myself, so I'd be interested to see the work.
Well, yes.
I'm pretty good.
Well, we keep it safe, as it does seem like a precious material. We keep it
Hmm.
safe in the town hall.
Oh, well, maybe tomorrow, if the weather's a bit better, because I don't want to be out in this for much longer. We can have a look,
Well,
if you'd let us.
You can perhaps have a little look. Although you just came into town, we'll see.
That is
I do have
understandable.
business to attend to, what with the lottery and, of course, the snowman building competition. Right.
speaking of, can I just, going back to what Indra said before about buying trust, I don't suppose anyone of a reputable trade recently bought any of your trust.
Or
What
tried
do you
to,
mean
at
by
least. Or at least tried to.
Or at least tried to, yeah. You know, just came along with a copious amount of money to buy your trust.
I'm not sure what you're hinting at here, but
you know, with the lottery coming up,
the lottery?
you know.
You think someone bribed us about the lottery?
Well, not that they bribed you, but that maybe someone attempted to bribe you. The difference.
He looks towards Captain Indra. And Indra said, I would know about it if someone tried that little stunt.
Well, that's good.
I would like to insight them both.
You can both, yeah. Roll insight. There's an insight for her this time, I guess.
Yeah. I was more thinking it was more likely to be him.
Oh, I have no idea.
16?
I trust whatever they say.
Do any of them seem so when I
They
mentioned it?
They seem to look off to the right, and they're looking at the burning husk, the crispy person. Up till now, they've maintained pretty good eye contact, but it's at this time they do seem to break away. And also, they do seem to wrap up this conversation pretty quickly as they say, right, back to work. I can't freeze out here now that the fire's out. Captain says likewise. Again, if you need us, come to the speaker's house, or you'll find me at the town
hall. Okay, then.
And they head off.
I think someone may have already bought their trust.
Or at least maybe that's what the wizard tried to do.
Which means somebody might be getting murdered soon.
Well, but it couldn't be the wizard.
That seems that's the pattern. Maybe it's not the wizard. The wizard is probably just a scapegoat for something else.
But
yeah,
they seem to distrust magic in general.
But as the lottery hasn't happened yet and has been delayed, that does give us a little bit of time.
Couple of days, maybe.
So we can look into what happened last time and see if our suspicions end up proven correct.
It doesn't mean that it's potentially whoever is the maybe victim or target has already paid off their official.
True.
If we're moving forward with that theory.
Yes.
I think we need to get the answers out of one of them.
With that, we will head back to the others who have just arrived at the East Haven stables. And as I say, you probably had to find your own way in. Oh no, you're around here this side, because at the moment it was closed. But you definitely found these barns that are actually made for visitors to stable their things. So
Yeah,
you're there. Mhm.
I would have just gone in and looked for an empty stall, and preferably one that had hay on the bottom of it, and just try to prepare a warm spot for the animals and Hulla and myself that's out of the wind. So I'm looking for a stable that's got walls and hay.
Yeah, you got it. You find a wall, 3 walls, and a fence on one side, and it seems comfortable enough for Axbeak to reside in. There's plenty of hay, and it's
Okay.
not long. Well, about an hour or so after you've made yourselves comfortable in this little stable that you see a halfling beginning to make their way back. They got heavy braids in their hair and a winter cloak. And yeah, she seems to be heading into view. She's about to head in through the front doors, and then kind of notices.
Oi,
Ah!
oi.
Oh, gave me a scare there. What?
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm Ashanti. We just came into town and we're extraordinarily cold. We're not stealing warmth or shelter from you. I just wanted you to know that we're here, and we'll
Oh,
we'll pay for our shelter.
you just came into town?
Yes, just a few minutes
Oh,
ago.
well, that explains why you weren't at the execution. Ugh. All right. Um.
Are
Well,
are
welcome. I'm Olamin Snowborough. You can
it's
follow me inside. We got fires.
we have an axe beak out here. Would the axe
Oh.
beak be able to stay in the stable or
She rushes over, eager to see the Axbeak, jumps onto the fence as it kind of swings with her momentum. Says, "Oh, that's a gorgeous Axbeak. Yes, of course. Quick, come. Get them in the warm. We've got a healthy selection of Axbeaks ourselves. Many colors.
you want us to bring
Unlike the boring ones from Brynchander, we got all types. Chaltian, uh,
you want us to bring the
Icewindale.
axe beak inside your inn?
No, this
Okay.
isn't an inn. This is the stables proper. We got we've got a warmer shelter here."
Oh, yes, thank you very much. We appreciate that.
And she opens up both doors to the inn, and entering into a much more welcome area. It's out of the snow. You can see footprints trodden everywhere, and you can immediately hear the kind of whining and barking of a couple of dogs in the kennel over. And she opens the door. Yes, yes, it's okay. I'm back. I'm back. And she's immediately greeted by like a big pack of dogs that are like way bigger than she is. And they all come over like licking her. And she like pulls out from a pouch a bit of jerky for each of them and then tosses it their way. Ah, man. I leave for like 1 hour and they're all like puppy eyes and doting. All right.
They always are. How does your pack respond to new dogs in their territory? Are they aggressive or
No, they're friendly.
all right?
Especially old Salty over here.
Bits, come here, girl. And I'm gonna have Bits just come up to next to me and actually just let her go right in front of me and so that she can smell the other dogs. But I'm going to keep her right in front of me so I can grab her if a fight looks like it's going to break out.
No, these seem to be very friendly dogs, and as she said, Salty, this little white one, comes up. They sniff each other's butts, and they're immediately best friends. They seem to head over towards the fire and then return with something, and it looks like a chew toy in the shape of a knucklehead trout. It's like a like a rubber knucklehead trout, and then like offers it to Bits as a little
Oh,
peace offering. It's like, here, let me show you my toys and everything.
Bits is very, very, very happy right now. Absolutely really happy that she's found other dogs to play with.
There's plenty of room for them to sort of jump around and move in this area. All right, now let's get your axe beak stabled. Come right this way.
Okay.
The axe beak can't fit through there. It's just a small door. And as she comes into here, it's actually quite dark. But she goes over towards a light, a hearth, and begins to light it up. She lights all the candles and all the torches on the wall as well. And you see a vast array of colors and breeds of axebeak. And right in the corner, you see a small little one coming out of the shelter.
Oh,
Seems to be nibbling on hay.
God, that's adorable. Okay. I'm gonna resist all of my urges to go up and pet it, because I'm I've never worked with axebeaks before, so I have no idea if they're like, chickens and they attack on sight.
She
You
says,
know,
no, they're tamed and well mannered. I mean, I've raised them all from chicks, so I know them like the back of my hand. They're fine. This is Thunder, Wedge, Brewster the Rooster. We got Goldilocks over there and Pecky at the back.
and the
Pecky's the
little
oldest.
baby,
Oh, and that's Nugget.
that was cute. It was absolutely cute. Well, okay,
Chicken
Geist
Nugget.
has been handling the axebeak. I'm not quite sure what. Hulla, do you know what to do to stable it?
I guess we just put it in a take the packs off and give it some
Yeah.
hay, and I don't know. It's not really my area, but yeah, you know.
Oh, Olaman, I am not sure what we do. So what are the rules of your stable?
Oh, just stable them up for the night. Should only be like a
Okay.
gold. Shouldn't be that much.
All right. Well, then we're going to take off all of the packs and the saddlebags. We're going to leave the brindle around the mouth with the reins draped gently on the back, just in case. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
no
we'll take
problem.
the saddlebags and everything off. And can't do axe beaks? Are they friendly with each other? Can we leave Labras with, Wedge and Brewster and the others?
Yeah, they should be fine. They're not afraid of dragons, are they? Or anything like that?
Um,
Do they
we
need
have no
to
idea, but
be?
yeah. What Hala said, is there something, are there dragons in here?
Oh, only tiny ones. And you can hear from around the corner, speaking in common, but with this kind of like different vocal box to a human for sure, saying, turn out the light, turn it off. Ah. Oh, sorry, I'm just stabling some new visitors. I'll turn it off in just a moment.
Was that a dragon?
Yeah, I like a little tiny one. Yeah.
Uh, can I meet it?
Yeah, sure. They seem to be pretty well obedient. She questions herself, like scratches her head. You go around the corner, Ashanti, and you can see sat around a little wooden picnic table is 3 kobolds, and they are tiny little dragonlings, practically scaly, long snouts, pointy ears, and toothy mouths, and one or two of them are
Um,
finely dressed, like they're wearing like little robes. Another one has a staff in their hand, and another one has like a white painted face, like almost like a skull painted over their face.
okay, have I run into kobolds as bandits when we work the caravan as a caravan guard?
Absolutely, yes. Goblins, kobolds,
Oh,
bandits are among most common. Um, though they normally worship dragons. Uh, some kobolds have been known to uh, be friendly and more like cowardly than others, and they're actually approachable, but you have seen hordes of kobolds attack caravans before, and then other times you've come across them, and they seem to just sort of be like scavengers. Maybe they're exiles from their big swarm, but you're not entirely sure. You've never really stopped to speak to them. They've always been either running from you or running towards you. But these ones seem to be.
I am going to grip my teeth. I am going to count back to 10 in my head so I don't go into a rage and just kill them on sight.
Too bright, too bright!
Step back out, and I'm going to say...
You alright there?
Olaman, are those friends of yours?
Oh, no. Sorry, I should have given you a bit more warning. These kobolds, they seem to be traveling with someone. And they're not here at the moment, but they've commissioned me to build them a big sled so that they could all fit on it. She was like a older woman with an eye patch. I'm not sure where she is, but these kobolds seem to be they seem to follow her and do exactly as she says. So with that, I think they're okay. They seem friendly enough. And they got the cute little staves.
I'm sure there are good, decent kobold everywhere, but I have not run into them before. Just nail everything of value down, hide it well, secure it as best you can.
They were
The
already
damn little things will run off with everything, including the kitchen sink, if they get a chance.
That's the thing. We're gonna get closer. The stuff they've got on them looks more expensive than anything I've got here. And you do look back and you see there's this clearly very fancy looking stuff, but another one's laden.
Yeah, I've got a deep distrust. I'm gonna say, as they're your guests, I will not interact with them or interfere with them. Just promise me that you will take care of you and yours. Okay.
They've not caused any trouble yet, but yeah.
Where can Hulla and I rest and wait for the rest of our party?
Oh, yeah, you can rest under here, and or upstairs. Here, she climbs up the ladder, and she says, "Up here's good. Nice, comfy view of the place, and you got some beds and hay."
Okay, I'm gonna.
I'll light a torch for you.
I'm gonna go ahead and climb the stairs, and I'm gonna say, how far up is this? Can
It's
Hulla
just like a
hand
ladder.
me? Yeah, can Hulla hand the packs and everything?
Yeah, easily. Yeah.
Okay, and can she hand bits up?
Bits would be a bit trickier. Up a ladder. I have seen dogs climb ladders, but more like step ladders.
Yeah, they're normally lighter dogs. That's why I said, can Hulla hold bits up while I reach over and grab bits?
You could probably manage it, but
okay,
it's a little awkward. You're both strong half-orcs, so you can manage it. Up here, comfortable enough?
Yeah. If you happen to see, I don't know how to describe him. His name is 607, and he says the funniest, most outrageous things, but he's got a really good heart. Or something. He's got a good soul. He's definitely got a good soul. Even if he says the most outrageous things. And then there is a grumpy dwarf, who is always making stuff. He might actually even help you with the sled if you need a second pair of hands. And then we have got this tall warrior with us. Barritomus is the dwarf, and Geist is the warrior. If you happen to see them, could you tell them where we are?
Oh, yeah, well, I'm not going to go anywhere. In fact, I've got to get back to work on that sled. You'll probably, if they know where you are, they'll probably meet you here, and
Okay.
shouldn't be a problem. All right. If you need anything, just let me know. I'm gonna be hammering a few bits, but I'll be done before nightfall. Okay.
No, Bits. Nope. Nope. She wasn't talking to you, honey.
Sorry. Your dog's name's Bits. That's cute. I've got loads of cool dog names: Charles, Fido, Patches,
Her.
Ghost.
My sister and I found her and her brother abandoned on the road, and we fell in love instantly. And one of the caravan guards took a look at them and said that if we added all the bits and bobs together, that we might actually have a proper puppy. So she became Bits, and the little boy became Bobs, and they're both part of the family.
Love it.
She was Little Bits a long, long time ago, but she's not Little Bit anymore.
Damn. Would have loved to have seen him. Can only remember in my head what my little puppas used to look like. All right, back to work. And she picks up a few tools, and you can see her carving some wood
Okay.
and hammering some nails. But yeah. All right. This
I'm gonna
point,
take
go on.
wait, I'm gonna take my pack, and all of Dice saddlebags and his packs and everything that was on the back of the axe speak,
Mm-hmm.
and I am going to put them over in the corner, and then I'm gonna tell Bits to guard so that she
Yeah.
can go lay in the upper right-hand corner, um, so that she can lay down right there, maybe on that bed and guard the packs. Hulla, do you want to set your stuff down over here?
No, I'm gonna keep my stuff with me.
Okay, well,
I
do you
think
want
this is
to?
not a safe place to leave stuff.
Well,
So
that's
I'm
why I'm
just
having
gonna.
it scarred. But do you? You were suffering really badly from the cold. Do you want to stay in here and rest a bit, and I'll go wait for the guys by the door and see if they come
Well,
by?
I just want to be by the fire.
I'll
And
be
I
with you.
have a feeling that the guys when they come are going to be pretty noticeable.
Yeah,
Being that
but
one of them
this is
is.
kind. I mean, inside a couple of rooms, up a flight of stairs might not be, or up a ladder might not be, we might not be as noticeable. So if you're settled down, if you're okay, I'll
Yep.
go back out and I'll wait for the guys downstairs. And, Bits may look like she's dozing, but she'll wake up the second there's anything. So if you want to doze as well, you can.
Are we? I mean, are we staying in the stable, or we're not going to try and get a room?
Let's at least stay here until the guys get here, and then we can
Mm,
make a decision as a group.
okay. Sure.
Guys
Yeah,
may
I'll
not
I'll
want
stay with
to.
the dog and the lantern. I'm not fussy.
Okay. All right, then I'm gonna. Oh, that's not where I wanted to be. Oh yeah, no, it is. I'm just gonna go back over here uh, and sit by the door, look out a window. I guess. Are there windows here? Chris, did I lose y'all? Hello?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Yep. We've lost Chris.
Chris?
Yeah.
We did lose
I'm
Chris.
back.
Oh,
I'm taking over from Chris. Okay, so everybody levels up to level 10
Hey,
Thank you.
automatically.
Steve.
You've survived this far. Everybody, you get 1,000 gold and
Could not hold it.
five legendary items.
Yeah, and the murderer just dies. Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
well,
Guess every enemy's gonna have to have 10 level ups as well, just to compensate. Ugh, 20th level
okay.
campaign it is.
Chris, I'm downstairs by the doors.
Yeah.
That table right there, is there a window? I mean, could I sit at the table and just watch out the window to see if the guys come out, or do I actually
No,
need to
you
go
just
in and out
no.
looking for
I'm
them?
gonna guess they are gonna find you probably because they know where you
Okay.
are. All right.
All right.
Sorry for that.
No, not a
So,
problem. I'm just gonna sit here at the table
mm-hmm.
and kind of wait for the guys to stick their heads in, or I
Yeah.
might periodically go. look out, but I'm sure everybody's going to shout, shut the door at me every time I do.
Perhaps. All right. So the other group, are you heading to where are you going? Let's jump back to East Haven.
We'd
So you've got a
probably head towards, well, now that we've got the information, I guess we'd head back towards the stables unless anyone's got a different suggestion.
I want to go talk to the. Oh, is my voice
What
on?
the heck?
No, your voice is gone.
I want to go talk to the caravan people.
Sounds good.
We were pointed
Yeah, we can go
Just
do
ask
that.
them
Yeah.
All right then.
And then we can go to the stables afterwards.
Let's grab you three. Take you over there. Torgs is set up just out on the outskirts, and there's this big mound of snow, a couple of sparse little trees, and you can see the sleds are arranged in a pattern that's sort of laid out like a shop front. There's this big blanket laid out, and the light snow is just lightly carpeting it. There are crates with foodstuffs. There is bottles of perhaps mead or rum. There are buckets of supplies like shovels and swords. And as you're approaching, you can see a number of dwarves that are handling these goods. The one's rolling a barrel in the snow and lifting it upright. And another couple of them are seeing to the dogs. There's lots of dogs. You imagine with 3 sleds, there's like what, 4 dogs for each one. And there is in the center of this a quite sturdy looking dwarf with white hair pulled back, and she's sat there arranging some fish on a table right now.
She's the one we met before, I think, right?
Yes, it is. This is Torga Icewind. I should say, actually, if anything, they're kind of packing things up because, right, it's 12 or 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's kind of late-ish in the afternoon. So I should say that they're packing things up rather than setting things out. And there's a gentleman as well who is... he's not a dwarf. He's a human by the looks. And he seems to be, again, rolling a barrel, perhaps. And he's near the back of one of the sleds. But that's everything you see as you're approaching. You've got the map as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see everything. Cool.
Hey, there's a Chewinga here.
Oh. No, not anymore. Just imagine that one.
Hello.
Greetings. Welcome to Torgs. Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Do I recognize you? No, maybe.
Yes. We met on the trail, the road, 2 days ago, maybe now, a day ago. I can't remember.
Right. Yes, on the road. Well,
I think it was yesterday, actually, that we met.
Aye.
Either way,
Must have been. Well,
it's good to see you made it here safely. We ran into a blizzard, and our friend back there literally coughed up a lung.
Ugh.
It was a larynx technically, but
yeah, a couple of my boys have lost fingers, toes, head, shoulders, knees, and yeah, you get the idea. The cold, it doesn't forgive mistakes. You don't wear a glove one day, you lose a finger.
That's very true. Speaking of gloves, are any of you murderers?
What? No, we're merchants.
Well, we've heard about these murders happening in the different towns, and I wanted to be sure that you were. Well, I wanted to cross you off the list of potential suspects.
Well, glad to hear you being quite straightforward about it. She seems to chuckle. But no, just your honest, everyday merchants here.
Insight.
Insight check.
Go ahead.
100%.
Insight checks.
Anybody around
Insight
here
check.
twitch? Like, we're still quite far back, so do we see anybody twitch?
observe.
One of them chews on the end of their pipe and just looks at you, but he doesn't seem to be chuckling along. Another one or two do seem to have weapons sheathed. These aren't just merchants. They're equipped for something to go down. Like you can see leather armors in one of them. One of them's wearing a chain vest. Another has got like a big pair of spolders, and he's got a mace that he's just sort of tapping with a finger. He's not like wielding it right now, and he's just sort of got it belt on his belt, but he's like tapping the hilt, you know.
Are they a caravan of murderers?
No, what you can tell though is perhaps they are mercenaries that she hires as protection. 100%. Like they may have killed people, maybe, but they don't. Maybe they're not murderers, but you can tell that they are not adverse to violence. So that's what you give her the 17. And she sees you eyeing you up. We're not murderers, but there are a couple of rough and tumble tapes on the road. You gotta have protection. So,
I totally agree with that. We ran into a barbarian guy who was just killing everybody.
Yeah,
That
well,
was
there you
strange.
go. You gotta handle things sometimes with a hefty swing of a mace. That's the only way to it's the only solution for these kind of things out in these times, in this temperature.
And what about your fancy boy over there? Is he a part of your regular group, or is he just along for the ride?
See him stuffing something into the back of the sled as he turns around. Before he can speak, Toga says, "He's hired protection. It's Mr. Caltro over there, and he's quite good. Hasn't done me wrong so far." You look over towards him, and yeah, you can see this man with the slicked back hair. Looks about in his 30s with a kind of olive complexion, and yeah, there's no cold weather clothing on the man. But as you look at him, he stares back at you with these cold blue eyes, like chips of ice. And he's dressed in a stylish vest, kind of matching like pants and boots, similar style to those worn by like mariners of the southern sword coast. But yeah, he doesn't appear to be armed, by the way. He's got no like weapons or anything like that.
No, because he creates them magically, of course. Okay. Good to know. Will you be in town for the next couple of days, or in case we want to trade wares or buy some? I see you're packing up, so I won't take up your time today.
We're just packing it up to keep it
any-
out of the snow, but we will be open for a couple of days before we make our way around to the next town. So yeah, we'll be here.
Okay. Are you doing a loop? Like you're continuing east after this?
I think we're gonna head to Goodmead. I think next on the list.
Goodmead. Oh,
I think we
okay,
might skip Dugan's Hall though. Heard some bad rumors.
I mean,
and it's so
what
remote.
kind of rumors?
Well, Dugan's Hall's it's not the most buzzing, bustling town. So first of all, it's not good for business. But secondly, Dugan's Hall's a bit of a shithole. It's sort of the she kind of leans in. They're quite a closely knit family down there, shall I say? They don't take kindly to outsiders. They keep it in the family, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean,
to be fair, nobody seems to take kindly to outsiders here.
Everyone's cousin.
I mean, if it helps direct your travel, I've heard that Goodmead recently had some of its honeymead stolen, so they may be in need of something to cheer them up and help them get through their woes, or maybe they just won't be in the mood to trade. So, you know,
good meat. They need good meat. We have meat. Look at that, boys! And before you say it, no, it wasn't us who stole the. It wasn't us, was it, boys? And
none of you appear to be 9 foot tall.
It couldn't have been any of us then. Hey lads, a couple of them like. Well, anyway. Is there anything I can get you before we pack it all away? Any extra saddlebags or perhaps a bottle of mead for yourself?
Do you sell any small things? Any fixer-upper items or?
You're a buyer and trader yourself, are you? We do actually. A couple of sacks here are broken, torn. A couple of barrels with dents in them, and yeah, sure. Come over here, and she gestures over, and sure enough, as you're looking over the goods, a lot of them seem to be damaged.
Oh, that's good. Anything that speaks out, that look more unique, like not barrels and bags.
Any expensive items? Yeah, there's a lute.
No,
It's got like a couple of broken strings.
Oh.
There's yeah. What can you imagine? Let's see. You know what? Trinket table. Let's go.
broken trinkets.
Because
I have 2 gold, 27 copper to play with. Figurine
there you
of a
go.
polar bear.
Made of ice that never melts. But
I don't know how I would fix that.
One of its ears has been like chopped off. So that part hasn't melted, but it's just lost, basically. Yeah.
I don't know how I would fix never melting ice. It's not like I can pick up ice.
That's true.
And put it in place.
How about this? It's a stone from a burial cairn with a tiny dwarven rune carved into it.
That sounds more my.
There you go. It's kind of cracked and in pieces, but you could probably put it together, and it needs a new chain or like a.
What is a cairn?
A
cairn is a burial site. It's an underground burial site.
Huh.
Isn't a cairn where they like pile up the stones on top to symbolize like that's where someone died, sort of thing?
Right. Yeah, and sometimes there's burrows underneath.
Yeah.
So I just need to make it up and glue it together so it doesn't fall to pieces, like a Jenga tower.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So if you want to buy that?
Sure.
Yeah, we'll say 10 gold.
10 gold?
Hey.
At the moment, it just looks like a pile of rocks.
Exactly.
So.
But a pile of rocks with potential. You fix this up, and it's a priceless relic.
I don't have 10.
How much do you have?
I don't think it's worth 10 gold. It's just I could pick up a bunch of rocks off the floor and make my own.
Aye, but you'll never be able to replicate the rune. Just from a great family.
Do I know what family
Guys,
it is?
Can I make a check? Sure, roll history.
Sure, I'm good at this. I have a -2. It's a 12. Where's our guidance person?
Okay. I'll tell you this. You don't know which rune specifically, what family, whatever, but you do know this much, that desecrating burial sites, especially dwarven ones, is like a cardinal sin and definitely punishable, not by death, but certainly you'd be jailed for like raiding tombs and such.
Yeah,
maybe it was a really old one, but you can't tell. But you do know the law surrounding digging up burial sites.
I think that if you sold this in the wrong place, you could probably get put in jail. Whereas if I fixed it up, I would know exactly where to take it.
A museum?
Where it would be respected and make money off it. Whereas I don't feel like you would. So maybe you could part with it for somewhat less.
Go ahead. Roll me a persuasion check.
Or you could pay yourself out of jail if you end up in selling it in the wrong place.
You can see she trying to keep a jokey manner, but also there's like a slight hint that maybe she did take a slight bit of offense to this. But in any case, she does seem to lower the price. All right, I'll do it for half price. How about like 5 gold?
Anybody want to?
Geist, who has finished spending time with the dogs, will join the conversation. Will say how much you need.
I have 2 gold.
Well, there you go. Together you've got 5
I will
gold.
give you 3 gold.
Actually,
You literally got 5 gold to scrape
There
it.
you go.
There you go. All right, it's all yours. Careful of the pieces. She doesn't give you a bag for it, by the way. She just like hands you one piece at a time, and you've got to like pocket them yourself.
no respect.
But you got those
Do
spare
you wanna-
pouches.
Do you want to put it in my arrowhead pouch?
All right, he's got 2 pouches specifically for this.
I've got 2 packs.
No, I'm like not even kidding. I put 2 pouches on his sheet for random purposes.
Does, just because Geist knows Dwarvish, does Geist recognise the Dwarven family of it?
That would be hilarious.
Yeah,
if you
you
I
can.
don't.
Sure, you can roll a history check.
No.
Nope.
That makes sense.
I thought it
No
might be,
idea.
maybe it was a Dwarven family that his tribe had killed or something.
God, no, please. Well, maybe when it's put together, you'd have a better, closer look, but it's in
Yep.
pieces. You have really no clue.
Pleasure doing business with you.
A pleasure is all mine. Fellow dwarf. She kind of gives a little nod.
So, where does your trail normally come from? Like, we started in Bremen, but where did you start with your band of merry men?
We were in Bremen about 10 days ago. We went via Lollywood, Bremen. Then we went to Targos,
Argos,
Brynshanda.
East Haven.
That's it, right? And then East Haven.
All right.
And then we're probably head out.
You do loops though. You do tours around all the different towns, right?
Hey, we go from town to town.
How long does it take for you to get back around? Out of interest.
Yeah.
Just so we
just
know.
in case we missed you.
Yeah, to catch up with you maybe next time we're in Targos or Brynshanda, because we just missed you in Brynshanda, obviously.
You can get the whole trip done in about a 10-day, but sometimes we like to stay a couple days longer if we know business is going to be good in town. So, and we don't just set it out and pack away. We need time to rest, especially if we've caught a nasty cough on the way, or old Bob has lost another toe or something.
So you're saying
sometimes.
So you're saying the last time you might have been at Targos might have been about a month ago.
She shrugs. Couldn't say. We don't keep a tight schedule, right? We're our own merchants, so we buy and sell when we can, where we can.
Yeah, I get it. You got to keep out of the lottery. Don't want to be in that thing, do you?
Oh, that thing. Can't be doing with that. No. Nomads and merchants are. Well, we're kind of exempt. We don't belong to any town.
You're exempt? I mean,
well, we're not. We're not strictly tin towners, are we? So.
Well, neither were we, and they tried to put us into it.
Well, how long were you staying there for?
We were only there a day or two.
You were there like 3 days.
Maybe.
Well, a
maybe
few days then.
3 days.
Well, 3 days. I guess they might have seen your faces a few more times. Considered you part of the town at that point, but we have our own accommodation out here. We stay with our dogs. We don't mingle with the 10 towners. We just come by and then pass on. So we're not really 10 towners. But it sounds to me like you really got amongst it. Maybe they considered you either overstaying your welcome or...
I guess so. But it was nice meeting you and your gang of,
Yeah.
as I said, merry men. They all look big smiles on their faces. Very welcoming. It's good job you're the one smiling.
She does give one big smile. You can see she's missing a tooth, replaced with a gold tooth.
Yeah.
And you can make one last insight check as you're looking around with the smiles. Why not?
Like none of them look like they'd be smiley apart from
No, no, they're not. They are all looking at you, including this Mr. Caltro over here.
Yeah, he's the only one that I'm looking at as I'm leaving.
Yeah,
And he's staring at you with these cold blue eyes. They look like as blue as a frozen lake.
As blue as a frozen ice dagger. As Geist has been touring around, talking to all the dogs and spending time with them because he didn't have anything to add to the conversation, did he spot anything of like value that maybe someone placed in an area where it could just disappear?
So you got a view from every angle of the camp, but without like going through their things. So I will say you can give me a perception check.
Not great.
And no, not great.
Well, my nat 20 from earlier.
Right. You're looking, you say, for something like expensive or something.
Or just something that looks like it might be of some value or use. Or thieves' tools, if they just have thieves' tools lying about, because I don't have any.
There's such a mishmash of things. And together with that mention of some of them being broken or busted up, either they don't keep good, like, storage of their belongings, or some of their belongings are just from destitute places. Who knows? But you didn't see many things that are like really expensive. It's just kind of odds and ends, which is kind of odd. Most times merchants do specialize in something, but there's like so many different things. You got like weapons, tools, food, instruments, like everything and anything really. Yeah, and there's another bag that's kind of split as well. And it's all, they're not all uniform. You know how like normally if someone's packaging something as a merchant, they'll have the same, like they would have bought like a stock of sacks and they would use those sacks to package something, or or they would have bought from a barrel place and they would use the same barrels. But almost every bag is from a different material, different size, different shape. Every barrel is a different size, different shape. And
like they've been to Tesco's and they've got a bag of bags.
Yeah, right. But yeah, that's it. That's what you get on 11.
My other thing is he's been touring around the dogs. Do the dogs seem like they've been well taken care of, like not overworked or anything?
Yes. You've interacted with them directly, and you can tell they're tame, they're well looked after, and they seem friendly as well. Some of them lick your hand, offer their paw up to you. They even shake your hand. Like got that couple of tricks. They seem fine. 6 or 7. Was there anything you wanted to do whilst that was going on as well?
I'm keeping an eye on the shady guy with the blue eyes.
Gotcha.
Not conspicuously, like not staring at him the way I sort of have been very upfront with everything, but trying to inspect the goods and things like that, and just sort of keeping him in my peripheral as to what he's doing and things like that, and just sort of keeping track of what he's up to.
He was, as I mentioned at the start, he was like packing the back of the sled here. But kind of as you guys arrived, he stopped, and he's been sat on a nearby barrel and he's just also been kind of waiting around with the rest of the dwarves as well. It's not until you leave you see him stand back up and resume packing, and it's at that point, 607, as you've been keeping an eye on him specifically, you can roll a perception check.
The inspiration, I want to use that now. Does it give me advantage, or is it just on top
just,
of?
Yeah, and just so you know, with my rules, you can use it retroactively as well. So if you roll and go, so don't like that. Yes.
So I'll roll normal.
And if you're happy with that, you can keep it, or if you'd like to use inspiration, you can.
I'm going to use inspiration to see if I can do better.
All right. So this is advantage. Retroactive advantage means you're still picking the highest of the two. So still a 15. Yeah.
Still 15, okay. But I don't have the inspiration anymore. Okay.
No, that's right. All right. So with a 15, check the DCs. Okay. A little hard to discern, but you see that he is stuffing something into the back of the sled that he stopped when you were trying to arrive. But you can't quite tell what that is. It's just a big sack of something, and he manages to actually shove it all the way into the sled and out of sight. So you don't get a good look on it.
So he stopped while we were there and just watched us and sat there near the stuff, right?
When really you'd imagine if someone was packing away, they'd continue the work whilst, But yeah. Go ahead, sorry.
So is it like he's protecting what's in the cart, or he's trying to hide what's being packed in?
He stopped with a 15. You can't quite tell on that front. All you can tell is he stopped doing what he was doing, got back up, continued as he was leaving, and whatever he stuffed into the back of there is deliberately out of sight because he covers it with another tarp. And then, and that's it. You don't get any idea of what it is, but there you go. It's something. You can tell it's something, and he's trying to hide it because it's already in a sled. It's already covered, but it's like then covered a second time with a tarp. So there you go. That's really what you see.
Okay. I will. I'll keep that to myself until we're well out of earshot, and then just sort of mention that that he's guarding something, and that cart has something interesting in it.
I mean, if you like, we could wait till it gets a bit darker, and then we'll sort of rested, see if I can sneak back.
Yeah, that might be a good idea, but I also think we should find out who potentially did the payoff so we can.
Yeah, let's eye on one thing. Maybe if you want to go and just do a scout at a distance, but not actually go in and just see what they're doing from a distance, and just watch them for a bit, but not actually go in to do anything. Like, are they paying particular mind to that cart later on? Are they, things like that.
I mean,
I think we should focus on the task at hand still.
Yeah, yep. I mean, it might sound mean, but if we do find out who he's going after, then he's going to go after them regardless, so we could use them as bait.
Yes, it's just how do we find in a town? How do we find out who it is?
That's why I think we need to somehow get the information from one of those two that we spoke to earlier.
Yeah. By the way, just want to confirm I just want to confirm you both think that the guy with the blue eyes is the murderer, right?
Oh,
he's at least shifty. There's something there that he doesn't want us to know about.
Because that's where I'm at right now.
Like they all had weapons, but he didn't. He's got glowing blue eyes. He looks like he might cast magic. That's what I'm.
And from what I've at least heard, a lot of these, a lot of caravans do tend to have at least one spellcaster with them, just to if anything, just to light the fires if things go particularly bad.
That's what I'm here for, to light the fires.
You literally can light fires.
Guys just sort of stops at seeing Nug and is like, I want it.
I think that's when you see Hulla and Ashanti. You hear the voices of your companions waltzing in, and you hear the shout of this little halfling saying, "Hey, hey, shut the door!" You can't see her, but you can hear her. Oh, Mom, are these your friends, Ashanti, Hulla?
This is them.
Yes, we are Ashanti's friends.
Hello.
Hiya, Olamin over here. Your
Olamin.
your axe beak is all stabled up and kept warm. Just so you know, there's kobolds here, but don't mind them. They're pretty well mannered. Just yeah, make yourselves at home. I'll be around here. Actually, how late is it? Yeah, 7. All right, I think I'll turn in for the night. And you can see her like loosening her
Do
tool
you mind
belt.
if I ask you a quick? Do you mind if I ask you a quick question?
Uh-huh.
Are you a murderer?
No, goodness.
It's how he starts all conversations. It's very odd.
He likes to
considering how things have been going.
possibilities.
Yeah, he likes to feel
I'm
safe.
eliminating possibilities. Yeah.
Yeah.
One of these days, that question is gonna turn out a positive response, and won't that be exciting?
Hey, you fellas murderers?
No.
She asks the kobolds. She's like calling her back into the
kobolds. Hello, kobolds. Are any of you murderers?
Kobolds?
You come around. If you're looking at them from here, it's quite hard to see because they're hiding in the dim light. But
I'm going over. I just need to. I'm reloading Foundry.
That's okay. But you've got dark vision, haven't you?
As a Warforged? No, I don't.
Okay, in that case, you can't see them in this little area, but you can hear their voices, and
she just said kobolds.
They are kobolds. Are you guys murderers? And the kobolds are like, murder? Murder? No.
They're interested all of a sudden.
No.
murdering who?
And the third one goes, yes.
See?
Insight.
Mr. Third One, who have you murdered?
Rat. Kill rat.
Rats.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Like,
tasty.
Do you mean the
rats.
animal? The animal rats, or like somebody who you would describe a characteristic of them as being a rat?
Oh, that's a tough one. Can I phone a friend?
Yes, you can phone one of the two other kobolds at the table here.
Okay, was Mr. Rat a rat? Or was he a rat with rat-like characteristics? Rat. Definitely a rat. But you called him Mr. Rat. You shouldn't, name stuff you're gonna plan to eat, by the way. Makes it harder. Oh, okay. Yes, I was killing a rat. Just, your bog standard rat.
Have you
Fantastic.
Have you ever killed a
I'm happy.
bipedal?
A what now?
Oh, a bipedal.
A bipedal.
A humanoid type person, like one of a dwarf or a human or an orc or an elf or something like that.
2 legs.
2 legs.
2 legs.
No.
Okay. Insight.
Go ahead.
Have we got to clarify humanoid every time that 6 or 7 asks this now? I don't think they are. It's just funny to ask.
It's like he's having trouble remembering. Like when he goes yee and then no, he's like he's correcting himself as if he's misremembered something. And also, it's as he's saying this, there's something about this kobold that doesn't look healthy. You've got dark vision, Barritomus, so it's a bit more obvious to you, whereas 607, you're just sort of hearing these voices in the dark. But Barry, you can see their scales are sort of patchy in places, and one of them's got like a misshapen head. It's the only way to say it. Like there's like a dent in their head, perhaps. But yeah, that's it. Other than that, with the 21, it's like he's trying to remember. Maybe this the one with the dent in his head. Maybe he took a hard hit and he's just got sort of amnesia.
Are you okay?
Yes.
What happened to you?
You can't just ask people that.
What?
What happened
Shoot,
to me?
shoot.
What happened to you?
Well, I came through a portal, ended up in a really cold place. No, your turn. What happened to you? What happened? Did someone bash you really hard in the head?
No. Acid.
I'm sorry, what ashes?
Oh no, it melted like like bubbles and green stuff.
How did you acid?
Yes.
Oh.
Acid.
How did
Yeah,
that
head go melt.
how did that happen? I asked the other two.
Oh, he got shot. Yeah. Yeah, he got shot with an acid arrow. Yeah.
Oh, that's rough.
Mm,
I'm
poor
I'm
guy.
I'm sorry for your friend. Is there a way we could fix that for him?
Oh no, he's long gone.
I mean, he's quite
Can't you
friendly.
can't you smell him from here? Like, come over here, give him a good whiff.
You want me to
Do
smell?
not get close to the kobolds.
You
You'll
you
lose everything in your pockets.
I
We've
that's
got the kobold calls out. We got enough to carry as it is. We're basically pack mules at this point.
oh. Do you want to be announcing that in a town that promotes thievery?
Oh, no. In fact, also, if you could, don't tell anyone we're here. Shh. Secret. Shh. No one knows.
Okay. Can we
We
do
pay all them in good gold. Keep secret. Keep quiet.
oh.
She says, anyway, you guys, you want to get a nice bed?
Yes, we'll go meet with the rest of our group and leave these fine people to their whatever they're doing.
It's not a tavern here by any means, but these guys don't sleep. At least I haven't seen them. If you want a nice bed, there's the White Lady Inn, really good spot. Or I can just put out some hay for you. It won't be the most comfortable, but
Well,
you
glad
can
they're
see
not.
your mounts from here at least.
Yeah.
But I promise to take special care of them. Even if you weren't here, I'd do my utmost due diligence to keep Labras safe. He gives a little salute.
Hay is fine for me. I've slept on worse on the roads. But maybe we could send over to the White Lady for food. A hot stew sounds really good.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Yeah, I agree with Ashanti. I want to stay here with the Axbeak and Bits. I
Hey,
also
you
don't have
got
a
it.
lot of money for a tavern.
Yeah,
That's fine. That's what most people say if they crash here. Not the first time I've let people crash the night, so
No, it's
that's
very
fine with
as long
me.
as it's warm and sheltered. I mean, I appreciate the shelter and the warmth.
Mhm.
Absolutely. And
well, it's getting late, I guess. Maybe we should all hit the hay, quite
Huh.
literally.
Do we want to send over to the White Lady for food or just eat rations for
Yes.
tonight and have a warm breakfast in the morning?
Maybe.
No, I'll pay for a warm stew. I don't care how I have to pay for it.
I don't sleep and
Okay.
I don't eat, so I'm good with whatever you all decide. I'm fine here.
How
All
Okay,
do
right.
you?
Chris, how
s-
much would a meal cost here in East Haven?
That depends on your appetite. Like if you want to eat,
Stew
if you want to
and
eat good,
a stew and a bread. That'll go with the
so sort of a.
cheese.
So sounds to me like either a poor or modest sort of meal.
Mm-hmm. That's
Then
about it.
a modest meal would be a 1 gold piece
Each?
for like, yeah. Although
For
this
a
is like for
meal?
no, this is for like a whole day. Sorry, this is expenses for a day.
Okay.
It says this is for like lodgings as well as food. But if you're just buying the meal there, that's fine. You'd probably just be like a silver. You wouldn't even need to really mark it.
Okay, then I
Okay.
will. I'll send out what 6 silvers, 1 for bits, and I'll. Who wants to run over and grab food from the white lady?
Uh,
I tell you what, I'll do it since
Since you've actually
y'all
got the
just
best
got
gold.
yeah
I'll
y'all got just got in from the cold is what I was gonna say. So
I'll
I'll
go
go.
and help you carry it all back at least then.
Perfect. Thank you,
Okay.
607. So 607 and I will go over to the white lady. We'll get stew and bread enough for 6 beings, and I will take 6 silver pieces off of my.
Yeah, you can divide your 1 gold up to that. So you've got 11
I'll
gold,
just,
4 silver.
I've got 6 silver exactly,
Oh, okay.
so I can just take that down to 0.
Yeah, there you go.
And then one of the bowls of stew is for bits.
You got it. Alrighty. So
As
go on.
are we? Go on.
sorry, I want to have a conversation with Ashanti as we're
Yeah,
doing
yeah,
this.
sure. You're in the streets
Hey,
of East Haven.
what did y'all see when y'all were over at the fire?
Oh, I'm sure we'll fill everybody in, but there's an individual who is particularly suspicious. He has blue glowing eyes. He was sort of protecting or guarding or watching us about something. Hmm. I don't know if everybody in that group is in on it for sure, but the 3 of us definitely have him as a possible suspect in the murders, which,
And we,
by the way, is exactly what I said would happen.
yeah, we will, and you were right. You were absolutely right. We have to think of all of the possible options because you don't want to look at a map and decide that you know the right route. And you're so fixated on going that direction, you miss a better opportunity.
Unless you know the
So
right route to begin with.
that's true, but sometimes you can overlook an even better route by being locked in to one option and one option only. But you have great insight. I'm really amazed and proud of you for your insight. You're bringing a lot to the party, and
Thank you.
I
And
you
speaking
know.
of the party, I wanted to ask you,
Mhm.
how are you finding them?
I I'm still learning everybody, but and I'm worried about Geist. I don't know if we can take him out in the
He's
snow
not
too often.
very, yeah, he's not very good in the snow. I'm not very good in the snow, and even I'm better than he is, and he grew up here.
Yeah, I did not
If
know.
if he actually did grow up here, maybe he didn't actually grow up here is the thing, and
Yeah,
that's all a facade.
I have never seen a human cough out parts of themselves. Um, Blood. I mean, they cough blood all the time. They're very fragile things.
Yeah.
Um, well, my mom said my dad wasn't that fragile, but he was the exception to the rule.
Any better
But
sense on Hulla and what
she
her?
she just seems what she is to me. I mean, I think she really believes in her deity, and I think that she is really committed to this quest we're on right now, which surprised me because I would have thought that she would have wanted to get the Chewinga to her temple as the priority. So it really surprised me that she was willing to pass her quest on to Faith. Um,
Yeah, I think it
but
gets the job done though for her.
maybe this is more exciting, more interesting. I don't know why she abandoned her quest to come with us, but I'm glad she did because it's nice to have somebody else around to haul and lift. It would have been really hard to get bits up to that loft without her. Although I guess I could
Right.
have tied a rope around her in a kind of a harness pattern and hauled her up. She would not have liked that.
Mm.
So, do you have any insights on the players?
I mean, Geist is clearly struggling with the weather, which makes me wonder about him a little bit, considering he's the one that's supposed to be best prepared for it. I'm not getting a whole lot off of Barritomus though. He's he's reserved, careful.
He is, but the dwarves I know are. I have traveled with dwarves where if you could get three grunts and a word out of them a day,
Mm.
that was a lot talking for them.
And all three of them, Hulla included, don't seem to trust me very much. They seem
Well,
to
they have
avoid sleeping near me.
they haven't they didn't they haven't had a chance to know you the way I have. We had days and days of travel through all kinds of weather and haven't had a chance to know you. So give them a little more time. I mean, whenever you're traveling, when if you ever travel with a caravan, there'll be people that you trust right away and you shouldn't have, and people that you don't trust that you should have, and then, same with people that you like and don't like. So sometimes you have to see a person's true intentions and behavior. And I think, and don't tell them I said this because it might embarrass them, I think they're a little scared of you.
They
I
should
think,
be, maybe.
you know, we're all scary people, but I think I think because you talk about murder a lot and killing people, that they're a little afraid that you might be a barbarian and go into a barbarian rage. Although if you start that, I totally understand, and I have a technique. You count backwards from 10 while breathing very, very deeply, and that should at least keep you from killing innocent people.
If I did go start killing people, would you kill them with me?
If they deserve to be killed, yes. There are
Okay.
some people that should not be left in this world. I mean, there are some criminals I don't think should even go to trial. I think I have seen people who have undergone the worst things that humans can do to each other. And by humans, I mean, well, humans,
Humankind.
um, and other personages. But humans can be especially nasty, and especially uh, ones that have the 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 idea that they've got just a little bit of power.
Mm.
Sometimes town guards, when they swagger, all you can
Little
do
the
is,
littlest bit of power goes to their head, right?
yep,
It's not always right for people to have power.
right. So, but so I guess just give them a little bit of time. And I
Just in
told you
case they
before.
turn on us or try to attack us or anything, I want to make sure that I know at least you and I will look out
Yep.
for one another.
And I told you at the beginning when we first got to that little bitty town where the dwarf fell out of the sky, that if this isn't right, we can head off. We can make our goodbyes. But let's get food for now, because Bits was hungry and so am I.
Very well. Let's get going.
Looks like with that you have arrived at the White Lady Inn, and as you enter in, you can actually hear there is music playing. Someone is plucking the strings of a lute, and they're going from table to table, quite slowly, and this kind of slow-paced melody, just to set the mood. It's quite late in the evening, so there's only a few patrons here, but you can see the barman at the back is perhaps cleaning up a couple of glasses and gives you a nod as you enter in.
Yeah, I'll walk up to the barman and I'll say, what food do you have left for the evening?
Welcome to the White Lady Inn. I can get you perhaps a hot stew. Anna, the kitchen's still open. And she says, yes, I can cook something up for you.
Right, we have we're staying at the stables and we have a couple of people with us. Can you put it in a water bucket or something? Or can we borrow a pot and bring it back in the
Water
morning?
bucket. Uh,
Something that won't leak if it's a stew?
Not the most absurd request I've had, but suppose it is hard times.
If
Yes,
you'll
you can
lend us
borrow.
a pot, we'll bring it back in the morning. But I'm not sure that there's anything I can do to guarantee the pot. And
Put a silver piece down as what do you call it?
Deposit.
That's it.
surety?
Deposit.
Okay.
Give you the silver back in the morning.
Okay, that's fair enough. I'll do that. So we want 6 servings of stew and bread. 11, 11. And I'll give him 7 silver pieces.
Thank you. Anna, 6 bread, 6 stew. Yes, of course, Barbatan. You see him sigh and lean on the counter, sort of pinching his nose.
A long day.
Ugh, this damn halfling won't shut up. Same tale every day, every night. And you turn and you can see it's this Ronaldo fella, and you hear the halfling is going from table to table, and he seems to be reciting a song of sorts. And it goes something like this. Goes, have you heard the tale of the Lady Pale, who wanders like Dinnershire, a legend that seems to haunt me, whose husband's life was sadly lost in the murky waters, a treasure tossed? An old miser was he, in love with his hoard-to-be, for all eternity. O lady in white, what is your secret? Try as I might, you very well keep it. Yet I shall tell the tale, until the fullness is unveiled. Whether it be the treasure's heft, or the face of the widow you left, it resides at the bottom of the lake, awaiting an adventurer to take. Seems to eye you up as he says this, and give you a little bit of a wink, and sidles along.
Okay. I'll say, oi, halfling.
It's no use. You can't interrupt him during his song.
I will hold up a silver piece and say, oi, halfling, again.
He spins around like a pirouette and starts heading in a direction while still singing. Forever she wept, for a promise not kept. It is death she shan't accept. Go ahead.
I will very carefully take the coin, and I'm going to put it in my palm, close my fist, and say, I'm not paying for that story. But, maybe if you were willing to stop singing for For 5 minutes, I could pay for another one.
Plays louder. No, you could see the coin. If you're gonna do this, roll a persuasion check. Actually.
Okay.
Oh,
That
lady
is
in
more
white,
than fair.
what is your secret? Try as I might, you very well keep it.
Yeah, I'm not very persuasive, y'all.
He says, "Yet I shall tell the tale louder until the fullness is unveiled, and I can assure you there are many more coins." Go on.
I'm going to put my hand on his shoulder and begin casting, not fully casting, but begin casting Shocking Grasp, and just say, please, it's been a long day. Shut up.
Intimidation.
Oh, much better.
He stops, like almost getting hit with a bug zapper. And that's it. Thank you very much. And takes a little bow. And sidles away, trying to like lower his shoulder out of your grip. And like he holds up his loot almost as if like holding up a I'm no threat. Like holding it as if like he's holding a weapon, like I'm not using it.
I look to the bartender and just do the little shushing mime to him because I was casting a spell.
Thank you, finally. I'll pause the music. Finally, silence and peace.
Why don't you pull an ale for you and for me, and I'll buy us each a round. I'd buy 607 a round, but he doesn't drink.
You can have mine.
It's okay.
Sounds good. And he gives you a cheers. And chugs down a beer with you, Ashanti.
Okay.
And then he rings a bell for last call.
How much is the beer for both of us?
That's on the house just for shutting him up.
Thank you.
Wonderful. See, we make friends everywhere we go.
Do y'all serve breakfast in the morning?
Of course, yes.
Okay, we'll be
Fish.
back with your pot and for breakfast in the morning. There's 5 of us plus my dog.
Sounds good. All right.
Do you mind if I ask you a favor as well? We can check in again tomorrow when we come back for breakfast.
What's that?
Have you seen a tiefling come through here? A white-skinned tiefling. Swept back horns.
Can't say that I have.
Female. No? Not in the last week or so?
Not these parts.
Okay.
Well, this
Not
is
a
a very
problem.
reputable inn. Maybe she's staying at one of the less reputable inns.
I think she favors.
Oh, do you
Well, you don't know
smell
who I'm
that?
talking about.
Yeah. Do
But
you
I think
smell that?
I think she favors luxury
Ah,
and comfort.
Kind of like, gives a humph.
I don't think
oh,
she'd
the
be
bread
sleeping in the
smells
stables like you guys.
wonderful. I love fresh bread.
All
I'm
right.
sorry.
With that,
I
sounds like you got your. So yeah, you got your stuff. Are you heading back to the stables?
yeah, we'll head back with the bread, and I'll carry the pot if you'll carry the bread 607.
Sure, I'll carry the bread.
Alrighty, back to the stables.
So
I
while they're
Yeah.
doing that,
Yeah. What are we doing in the stables?
we're in the stables. We're just like, so what do you think of 607? I don't know.
I totally do it. Talk
No.
behind his back.
What
Yeah, shit.
do you think of 607 then, Shanti? No.
What are we doing?
I think we
We're
need to
going.
make use of the lack of rules around here.
And sneak around,
Yeah,
pocket some stuff.
if I think the payoff, if there's a payoff, might have already happened. And if there has been, there has to be some sort of paper trail. because
Are you
otherwise.
sure? These are pretty rough towns. I don't know how much accounting they do.
But if there's, there has to be. Oh, we'd be in our stable room or whatever, wherever we're staying. We're not just in the open, by the way, like this.
No, no.
Mhm.
As Guy said before, he's already found his where he's sleeping. So like if we're in this area or this area with the dog, I don't know.
I think we're up.
Yeah,
upper.
wherever you like.
Yeah. We wouldn't just be out in the open, with
No, yeah, up.
all them in
Go
about
past-
and
Where's Geist, by the way?
Oh, Geist is in with all the dogs.
Yeah.
oh,
I'm imagining
well,
I'm imagining as people came in, the dogs would have started being like dogs doing. Geist is just like,
we'll be in
he
there
just
then,
wandered
because
off.
Geist is like
Surrounded.
the most sneaky, so he kind of needs to be in conversation. So maybe we need to work our way into the town hall or something. See if there's any paper of any money transaction. It might not necessarily be under, getting away with the lottery, so to speak. But maybe there's a significant amount of money that got transferred recently. And then
Wouldn't the person, whoever it was, just pocket? I mean, is you think it's a conspiracy that everybody's involved, or is it just one guy who's taking some money on the side and without accounting for it? And
it's a difficult one, but
yeah, the two we spoke to seemed pretty shifty when we mentioned paying for trust in terms of the lottery.
yes,
So one of them must know. Go on, guys.
Potentially, I don't know how well they keep track of these things, but the town might have a list of citizens, which would probably be how they make the list for the lottery. If we then find the list of people for the lottery as well, then check which one's missing.
Or maybe someone who's yeah, that's true. Or maybe like someone who's donated a charitable amount. Who is in with, like, I guess not necessarily traders, but people who have jobs here. Maybe they've.
How do we find out that stuff? Just spy on
Well, that's
the
one
town
thing.
hall?
Maybe there's some sort of ledger in the town hall. I mean, this place, they literally said to us their ruling on pickpocketing and thievery is
pickpocketing
relaxed.
is legal.
Pickpocketing and what you're proposing is a little bit different, though, isn't it?
It's yes. I guess.
What's also interesting is apparently they, that black crystal stuff, Shardolin, whatever it is, that made that berserk go mad.
Yeah, that's weird. They made a whole statue out of that?
Yeah.
That seems
like
that seems crazy.
I'm
Where did they get so much of it?
And they burnt someone because there was supposed to be a red wizard of Thay, whatever that is.
So I think they're very relaxed here on rules, but I'm not saying like we should steal from them. I'm just saying we find out information to save someone's life. And then potentially use them, sadly, as bait and keep them alive at the same time.
Yes. Sneaking bit's probably going to be my job mostly. I'm fine with. I have no love for the 10 towns anyway. So.
I mean, alternatively, if we can't find out anything, it seems like a bit of judging, but maybe we keep an eye on the guy from the toga after the lottery.
I mean, it'd be interesting to see what he was trying to conceal in his wagon. That would be sneaking up on a caravan with that many dogs will be tricky.
And mercenaries. And I mean, they are traders. It's not out of the realm of possibility that they have valuable things.
Yeah.
Well, considering the rest of the stuff they had.
Were they Did Torga's group follow the pattern of the murderer?
Yeah, they went from Bremen, Targos, to Brinshanda, to here, and then apparently they eventually do a loop around. They said it could take like 10 or so days, but sometimes even longer. So a month isn't out of the realm of possibility.
Right.
And he did look the shiftiest. All of them had weapons apart from him, which kind of suggests maybe he can do more than just attack someone with a weapon.
Right.
It's
I
a lot.
mean,
That's a
well,
lot of
what about
presuming.
that's
Go
a lot of. I mean, just kind of guessing, just
But
based on some guy who looked shifty to
yeah,
you guys who
Well,
were like going around and asking questions. I mean,
well, it was more the moment we arrived, he stopped doing what he was doing. And the moment we started, Am was watching us. And then as soon as we started to leave, that's when he immediately resumed that and was like trying to hide whatever he was doing, which seems
that's
odd. Like, because even before we started asking questions, like, it's not like he needed to pay special attention to us over what he was doing.
I feel like that's more of a backup though, because we have no other potential suspects, and
Hey,
we can find out tonight who the issue is, like who his target might be, or who their target might be. Again, it might not even be him who we think it is. Then maybe we
do
can.
we plan to stay here for a couple of days? Because
we're in no rush to leave.
Because we can do what you say and do some, poking around tonight and ask some questions tomorrow. We might have a better idea.
But poking around tonight might be best. They might not think we do it immediately if they were to think anything shifty of us. I mean, coming straight out of like, blizzards and then poking around, it's not as likely to think. They would think we're pretty exhausted and, out of commission for the night. Whereas if we've had a day's rest and then stuff happens, they're probably more likely to think. It's personally coming from someone who owns a shop. I would be more suspicious of certain people who might come across my shop, whether they would come back in the night.
Also, just on a slightly related topic, Hulla, how decent has this person been who runs this stable?
This stable? What do you mean, how decent?
Like, have they seemed like a generally nice person? Okay, so probably not someone.
Nice. I mean,
probably not someone who deserves to have something stolen from them.
I think I would prefer not to crap where I eat, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to take. I kind of wanted to take the baby axe beak. It was adorable.
No,
but the baby axe belongs with its family.
I know, I know, but still.
I know it's tempting, but maybe we can see if we can buy the puppy. Maybe they're for sale. I don't know.
Yeah, we need to make some serious money
if they're old enough to be weaned.
Yes.
If you find this murderer, you got a big fat payout.
So we
have
we have food, and then maybe we go do a bit of snooping by the town hall, or I can imagine where that's the best place to go.
It's at this moment when you hear a bang, bang, bang on the door, and you hear Oliver saying, "It's all right, I got it." And she heads over to the west, opens up the door, and you can't quite see. you can't quite see from this angle, but you can hear a voice from the other side, just muffled, and then
Geist is just listening.
Oliman says, "Oh, yeah, of course. Actually, we've got a lot of people here already, but I'm sure there's still room." Oh, okay. Any corners fine? Oh, yeah, we got the barns out there. They're unheated though. Is that okay? Oh, if you're sure. All right then. Sure. Make yourself a home. Are you actually trying to peek at who this is?
Yeah,
Guys?
Geist is just sort of leaning.
I can see here.
Yeah,
you can
I
see from there. There is a man with cold blue eyes like chips of ice. He has the slick back hair and the ponytail, and wearing a mariner's clothes. It is Kaltra.
Peeking through the doorway.
And also seemingly is okay sleeping out in the cold.
Yeah. He wouldn't think we're sleeping with the dogs though.
Nope.
Well, she did say that that there's other people staying here.
Yeah.
We're not exactly hidden.
Olamin leads him through for a moment, and as he walks past Hulla, you clock eyes with this guy because you can see him through where you're standing right now. Clock eyes with him, and he looks back at you, but he pauses in his footsteps for a moment, just staring directly at you, Hulla.
It's not my Hulla.
I stare back.
Man, slicked back hair, mariner's clothes.
Do I recognize him? I wasn't there in the earlier scene. Do I recognize him?
You don't recognize him, but you absolutely recognize his description.
Mm-hmm.
This is the man who saved you.
Curses. Yep.
Oh no!
I never got his name.
It's gonna suck that we have to kill him.
But his expression doesn't change as he stares at you, Hulla. And then Olamin's like, "Oh, right this way." And then he stops and says,
me. "Yeah," or he's pretending not to.
Maybe not. You could roll an insight check on that, actually, Hulla. Just you. Okay. And he says, you can actually hear him finally, and he says, 13? Yeah, it's hard to know. Hard to tell whether he's doesn't recognize you or whether he is trying to keep it low key. You can't tell with the 13. But as she's trying to beckon him forward through here and says, "Oh, don't mind the kobolds," he says, "I don't mean to be a bother. It's fine. One of the barns outside will do just fine." "Oh, well, if you're sure. As I said, it's not heated. It's fine."
You can. Hulla's gonna intervene. You can.
She walks past. Barry's just like, the guy, but like moving it.
If you want to stay inside with us, you can stay inside.
He looks at you.
If you need shelter,
I was going to pick a barn outside, but
you should stay where it's warm. I do. I think it's the least that I can do for someone who needs shelter from this horrible storm.
He takes
and she turns back to Geist and Barry and mouths, "I'm so sorry," and turns around and goes, we're just there's just a small group of us staying here with the dogs and the kobolds and the hay, but well, it's warmer than outside.
Olamin says, "They seem like friendly folk. You'll mix right in." And he looks back to you and takes a short bow towards the halfling and says, "Very well, if you insist." And begins to follow you in, Hulla, into the room, where he clocks eyes with Geist, Barritomus, and seeing you two, of course, he says, "Ah, pleasure to see you again.
Hello
We weren't
again.
formally introduced, but my name is Sefik Kaltru."
I'm Wealgeist Coulson, but most people call me Geist. At least these guys do.
And I'm none of your business. So nice to
I
meet
respect that.
Don't mind him. He's a suspicious type. I'm
Yeah.
Hulla. I don't know if you knew that.
He looks at you and just pauses for a moment and says, "Nice to meet you, Hulla. And thank you for your invitation. Company is good on these cold, lonely nights."
Did you not come with a group of your own?
Yes, but they aren't, I wouldn't say, close. I simply work for them.
Seems unfriendly not to at least share the shelter, but people are strange up here. Very suspicious. And
Everyone has their secrets.
what brings you up here? Just work?
Work, yes, to get by. But suppose I'm just waiting for a shift in the weather.
Are you waiting to go south? Or do you mean to stay in the north?
I mean to stay here in the north. It seems all the lakes have been frozen over for some time. As you can tell by my dress, I am a mariner. I'm used to sailing. I've been on land for a bit too long than I'd have liked.
you.
Do I recognize the type of mariner, like gear? Can I tell where he's from or what
Yeah,
group he
south,
would be with?
probably about south of the Sword Coast. I maybe in our world he'd probably be from somewhere around Castle Blakely, but that's south of Weep.
So how does someone like yourself survive without a weapon? Or do you have your friends take care of you?
Indeed, the dwarves know how to defend themselves.
And how do you defend yourself? I mean, you came to save Hulla, so how did... You must be able to take care of yourself in a
Well,
place
hold
like
on.
this.
Do you know? Did
Oh,
Hala just
no,
mention
sorry,
that?
no.
Yeah,
I don't
so
know that. Yeah, never mind. Well, I'm still asking generally the same question. How
he
does he take care
says
of himself?
he says I'm quick. And people tend to grossly underestimate me.
Find that hard to believe somehow.
And as for how I exist out here in the cold, I was born in the winter solstice. I'm not the only one with this gift, but I've always been this way. Born with some sort of divine blessing, you could say. I don't feel the cold. But as a result, it has its downsides. It's hard to connect with those who do feel the cold. And looking around, you can see that the dogs, unlike when Geist walked in the room, they all rushed over and was like basically dogpiling him. They've all actually backed away into their corners, and they've gone kind of a quiet. Whereas before they've been like really excited, new people. Some people are going to be staying with them. They're all wagging tails, but now they've kind of like all silently sat down and watched this conversation.
Well,
And it's at this point I think the others turn up with the supper as well. And
yeah, you wouldn't be the only person who we worry about sleeping in the same room as. So
Well, I
And
sort of thought that we
We
might.
return with food.
That's exactly when they turn up.
yeah, exactly.
Hi, do y'all have your mess kits? Oh, let's not eat in front of the dogs. That's probably not a nice thing for us to do. There's a nice table out here in the corner.
I'm sure the dogs have
They're,
got plenty to eat,
Yeah.
but
they're dogs.
so yeah. Well, I know. Just it's not cruel. It's just good sense.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna
I'm
not let us
I'm
forget
gonna
it.
say we've got a big pot of stew and some loaves of bread, and we'll set everything out here on the table. Um, I'm gonna take everybody. Did y'all bring your mess kits down?
Did yeah.
Okay.
Such a mom of the group. Great.
Yeah. So we'll give everybody a big bowl of stew. Um, so they all have a big bowl of stew and a loaf of bread, and then I'm gonna take what's left up to where Bits is, and each of us a loaf of bread. So I'm gonna leave the room to go feed Bits and
Gotcha.
myself up on the table.
Hulla's gonna split her share with Caltro and just
Oh.
not making a big deal out of it, but she will sit next to him and sort of break off half the bread and put it in front of him and go, oh, it's
Geist is
He-
sipping his stew very tentatively.
Thank you kindly. And begins to partake of the meal. And 607, how do you do you react with him?
I'm
He
gonna
seems
just
to-
move to the door. I'm putting my back to the door and I'm watching him.
Gotcha.
I'm not saying not saying anything.
He notices you watching and says, I'm sorry to intrude. Your friends were hospitable enough to invite me in and stay with you for the night. Hope that isn't an issue.
This is Mr. Caltro.
Did you follow us here,
No, of course
Mr.
not.
Caltro?
No.
Of all the stables and all the inns that you could have stayed at, you just happened to fall upon this one?
Did you guys meet before?
We
He's
did.
a member of the caravan.
Oh. Oh, I see. Okay, well, they seem nice.
They
He
seem
does.
nice.
Very friendly so far.
He says, I can find an abandoned cottage if it's a problem.
No,
Hmm?
it's fine. You're a friend of Hulla, so you're a. I just stopped there.
Hmm.
Or,
Well, he
God, I
doesn't
wish I
say
had
anything
message
either.
or some silent way of communicating.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oliver says, well, I'm going to turn in for the night. Night-nighty, everyone.
Good
Thank you,
night.
Holloman. Sorry.
She yawns and shuts the door. Do you want me to lock you in just for
No.
safety?
We can take care of
Best not.
stuff.
Okay. She heads on out, happily and blissfully unaware of the tension that's in this room that you can cut with a knife. She's like, sleepy. Anyway, yeah, she heads up.
Took into the food.
Can I do an insight check on 607 and see if I can figure out why he's so suspicious,
Yeah, go ahead.
or just what's
In this-
the source of this sudden tension
In these
that I hadn't noticed
instances,
before? Nothing.
in these instances when someone's inciting another player character, I'm just going to hand it to you to sort of determine the DC, I guess, or how much they gain from that insight. So, Julian, what is a 12? Does Hulla read anything?
What are you trying to discern exactly?
I'm just trying to figure out where this hostility is coming from. Because I didn't hear your conversation with Ashanti about, or with the boys about.
I don't know if you fill them in, but it's just there's a mistrust, and it's more than anybody else that we've met. It's
Yeah.
fairly evident that that I don't trust Keltro.
The door opens from the other side of the barn, which is not the one that Ulliman left. But she pops her head and goes, "Oh, and the lavatory's out here on the right. Just if you need it. Okay, bye."
Thanks.
There is an outhouse. So yeah. All right. With that, I think is a good place to sort of end tonight as we all stare at each other from across the campfire.
Super awkward.
Yeah, there's just that perfect tension. I want to sit on and rest there, see what happens next session. Imagine you staring at each other for like a whole week, just daggers.
Well, we
Um,
finish our food and then we go from there.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
I'll finish my food. I'll ask 607 to kind of watch our gear, and I'll take bits out just for a short constitution. And
Mhm.
so take her out for a short walk, use the outhouse that's outside myself, and then start getting ready for bed.
Yeah. Barry's
So
not
we're,
going to
we're
bed.
not going far. We are not going far.
Got it. Alrighty, perfect. In that case,
And
I'm just going to leave Ashanti in here. And that looks like a great place to leave tonight. So, thank you for watching. Thank you for playing. And we'll tune in next week to see how this develops. And, yeah. Good
Wow.
stuff.
Bye for
That's
now.
fun. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.